Chapter 998. In the center of the divine war continent, many warriors from the gods' realm sat in the audience seats, watching the changes in the sky. The numbers in front were changing rapidly. In particular, Tianqing, who was ranked first, had more than 4,000 tokens, almost 5,000 tokens. He had more than 1,000 tokens compared to the second place. The difference was shocking. When the 9 region masters saw their representative, Earth Lord Sun Shui, getting a good result, they laughed heartily. Not bad. Sun Shui must have gotten a good result at the divine thunder drum. She immediately rushed to the top 100. The 9 region masters were very happy. They looked at Yi Tianyun's ranking and shook their heads. He is still at the bottom. It seems that he has not even reached the divine thunder drum. Maybe he got injured on the way and can't reach the top. Initially, Yi Tianyun's ranking was still relatively high, but with the start of the divine war thunder drum, Yi Tianyun quickly began to fall back to the bottom. After all, if the divine thunder drum reached the 3rd or 4th grade, he would get hundreds of tokens. It was easy for him to increase his ranking. Thank you for your concern. I was just delayed on the way. The Heavenly Mandate Region Master looked indifferent. They looked fine, but they were worried. They should be able to reach the divine thunder drum soon. Who knew that he would be at the bottom in the blink of an eye? They didn't know what had happened. Hey, your people's names are all gone. Is he dead? Or is he out? The 9 region masters suddenly saw that Yi Tianyun's name was gone. The others looked for Yi Tianyun's name, but they couldn't find Yi Tianyun's name. Is he really gone? Yu Yonglong and the others looked around and couldn't find him. The Heavenly Mandate Region Lord's eyes swept across the list as well. Like the eyes of an eagle, he scanned through every name below, and they were indeed gone. Did he really fail? The Heavenly Mandate Region Master was a bit disappointed. His hope was gone. When everyone thought that Yi Tianyun had failed, the other gods' realms thought that the Heavenly Mandate Region was doomed. Suddenly, Nian Tsiu pointed at the ranking and stuttered, Look at the first place. What's so good about the first place? It's just Lord Tianqing. Lord Tianyun. Nian Tsiu's shout made the surrounding people look to the side out of boredom. When they saw that the first place was no longer Heavenly Monarch, but Heavenly Cloud Monarch, they were all dumbfounded. Not only was he ranked first, but he was also able to show disdain for the others with over 8,000 tokens, crushing the existence in second place. More than 8,000 tokens. The Heavenly Mandate Region Lord and the others couldn't help but stand up. Not only them, but the other region lords also stood up. A large number of warriors were shocked by this scene. If it wasn't for the 2 words Tianyun behind Tianyun's name, one would definitely think that it was someone with the same name. Now, it seemed that it was not just someone with the same name, but a real Earth Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Divine Realm. With more than 8,000 tokens, he was definitely a super dark horse, an existence that could crush everyone else. First place, it's really first place. Nian Tsiu was about to scream. She didn't look like the Lord of Heaven at all. She was no different from a crazy woman. If Yi Tianyun was next to her, he would definitely hug her. Such a terrible result would definitely make them proud. No, it's impossible. How can he be first? This is unless the thunder drum of God of War reached the level of the 9th grade. Could it be that he reached the level of the 9th grade? The region Lord of the 9 region slumped in his seat, looking at the ranking above in shock. The Fiery Jade Region Lord was also shocked. Of course, the most shocked were the God regions with Heavenly Monarch and Heavenly Monarch. When they saw their best disciple being pushed down, they couldn't help but curse. They had always been the ones who had the upper hand. So why were there suddenly some weak God realm powerhouses killing their way up? Is this the truth? The Heavenly Mandate Region Lord's hands were trembling. He was so excited. He had been suppressed all this time. How could they not be shocked that Yi Tianyun could have such a result? It's the truth, it's true. Nian Xiaoyu was ecstatic. I hope this result can be maintained. The heavenly mandate region lord clenched his fists and looked at the ranking above with burning eyes. He was extremely excited. It will be. Nian Xiaoyu saw that not only Yi Tianyan, but Morong Zhao's ranking also shot up. He successfully rushed into the top 100, easily surpassing Earth, Lord Snow, and the others. At the same time, Yi Tianyan rushed to the next location with Morong Zhao. Yuan Tianyu and the others followed behind. They were all deeply shocked by Yi Tianyan's situation, especially when Yi Tianyan had 8,000 tokens, which filled their eyes with greed. If they could get 1,000 tokens, they would definitely be able to enter the top 100, which meant great glory. What a big failure. If only I could rope him in. Sikong Ma was full of regret. If he had put down his pride and knelt down, or let Yi Tianyan be the leader, he might have had a chance to get a share. Now he couldn't even act together with them, let alone get a share. Yuan Tianyu's face was even uglier, and he was full of jealousy. Brother, Yi, I wonder if you could share some of the tokens? We have many disciples here who don't have any tokens. If Brother Yi could share some, our ranking in the heavenly mandate region would be a little higher. Sima Kong braced himself and said sincerely, after all, we are all from the same clan, and the benefits of the group are more important. The benefits of the group are more important? What does that have to do with us? Morong Zhao looked at them and sneered. In my opinion, it is you who want the tokens so that you can squeeze your way up, right? Not everyone. Morong Zhao's heart was like a mirror, and she knew everything clearly. Sikong Ma looked embarrassed. Morong Zhao's mouth was really vicious, and she even dared to say it out loud. It seems that you don't know what the test means, which is to rely on yourself. So what if the tokens I give you are high enough? Do you think you can win the next level after passing this one? Yi Tianyan shook his head and said, instead of thinking so much, it is better to spend more time on cultivation. After that, he left with Morong Zhao, leaving a group of people looking at each other. Sikong Ma clenched his fists and looked at Yi Tianyan's back with hatred. He gritted his teeth and said no team spirit at all. Let's go. They will never be able to make it to the end, but we can. He continued to bewitch the rest of the clan. This was the only way for him, or he wouldn't be able to make it to the front. He had to make use of what he could, and that was his way. Chapter 999. Yi Tianyan and Morong Zhao continued to follow the token's instructions and moved towards their destination. They could ignore the token's instructions and move in another direction. However, the final result was that they had to pass through this place to reach their destination. The thunder drum of divinity was an exception. If they felt that they were strong and had enough tokens, they could choose to go around the side. However, this meant that the distance between them and the contestants would increase. Especially if the contestants were at the 6th or 7th level, the distance would be very shocking. As they moved forward, they soon arrived at their destination. Is this the next screening point? What came into view were 2 towering mountains. The further they went, the higher they went. There was a tall slope leading to the top, but it was unknown which region it led to. Along the way, there were many contestants who were trying their best to climb up. Looking from below, they found that the contestants were climbing very hard. It was as if they were tied to a mountain, and every step was very strenuous. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. One of them was sent flying by an invisible force, flying out along the passageway. After flying out, he fell straight down from the sky and hit the ground with a dong sound. He almost fainted. Swish! At this moment, a cultivator who was hiding at the side suddenly rushed up and stabbed the fallen cultivator with a sword. He didn't hold back at all. You! The contestant who was thrown out had a look of unwillingness in his eyes. Before he could finish his words, a surging force bombarded him and blasted him into pieces. He couldn't be more dead. Following that, a pile of tokens was easily obtained. The contestant's eyes turned cold. He looked around and was ready to guard against a sneak attack from the side. Etianyan also found many contestants hiding in the surrounding forest. They were watching from there. As this contestant wasn't weak and wasn't injured, no one dared to stop him. Instead, they turned their attention back to the contestants who were climbing up. If a contestant was thrown out again, he would undoubtedly be their target. They were waiting here, waiting for someone to be thrown out. Then, they would quickly take their lives and snatch their tokens. The participants in this region would definitely have a lot of tokens on them, especially after passing the divine battle thunder drum. There would definitely be a lot of tokens on them. They had fewer tokens on them, so hunting here was undoubtedly a very good choice. But in this way, this place had become a dangerous area. If they were to be sent flying down and there was no one below to receive them, they would definitely be ambushed. As soon as Etianyan and Morong Shao appeared, they were immediately targeted. If it wasn't for the fact that they seemed to be safe, they would have already pounced on them. They specifically chose those that they were confident in assassinating. If they weren't confident in assassinating, they definitely wouldn't take action. They're just a bunch of people waiting for a hare to come to them. They only know how to take advantage of others' difficulties. Morong Shao was extremely disdainful of them. There is no such thing as being despicable in battle. The one who survives is the king. Etianyan was indeed displeased with this sort of thing, taking advantage of the fact that his opponent was down to launch a sneak attack. This was truly despicable. However, they didn't break the rules. If they died here, it could only be said that they weren't capable, not that they were too weak. Immediately, Etianyan lifted his feet and walked forward, signaling Morong Shao to follow him. When the two of them were about to go up, the eyes of the participants who were hiding on the side flickered. They felt that two fat sheep were about to enter their mouths. This adulterous couple is very likely to be cultivation companions. I'm sure that one of them will definitely be blown down. When the man flies down, I'll take care of him. What do you think? No problem. If it's a woman, I'll take care of her. They had already discussed how to deal with Etianyan and Morong Shao. When they looked up again, they suddenly found that Etianyan had disappeared. All they saw was Morong Shao standing at the entrance. If you want to take care of me, you can do it now. A ghostly voice came from behind them, scaring them into rolling backward. When they quickly pulled out their weapons and wanted to attack, a shadow swung over and kicked them heavily. Dong! The two of them were kicked away, forming a parabola in the air. Then they landed heavily on the ground. Their bodies were kicked so badly that they didn't look like humans anymore. When they fell to the ground, they twitched a little and could no longer move. Under Etianyan's kick, the two of them naturally wouldn't be able to survive. Originally, Etianyan couldn't be bothered with them. He just happened to hear them talking about him. Since that was the case, he didn't mind taking care of them in advance. When did you get there? Morong Shao looked at him in shock. He didn't know what was going on. Etianyan suddenly disappeared. I flew over. Etianyan took out the tokens from their bodies. Then the corpses disappeared in front of him. Morong Shao rolled his eyes at him. He was too lazy to say anything. Anyway, Etianyan wouldn't say anything. When the participants who were hiding at the side saw this, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They knew the strength of the two brothers. If they were taken care of without anyone knowing, it meant that Etianyan's strength was very shocking. This scene caused them to shrink their necks. They didn't dare to go forward and obediently shut their mouths. Etianyan couldn't be bothered with them. He lifted his foot and stepped forward. The moment he stepped in, he immediately felt a gust of wind coming from the front. It wanted to blow him away, as expected of the Divine Wind Valley. Does it belong to this round of assessment? Etianyan squinted his eyes and looked at the participants who were climbing up with difficulty. From the outside, they couldn't feel the slightest bit of wind. They couldn't even hear the sound of wind. When they stepped into this place, it was as if they had stepped into another world. The strong wind whistled in their ears, constantly beating against their eardrums. Just as he entered, The hurricane that rushed toward them was like an invisible hand, slapping them. "Pa, pa, pa," sounds rang out, wanting to slap them away. No wonder some people were sent flying. Under this terrifying wind, how could they not be sent flying? Those who had been sent flying were unable to recover from the shock for a while. The only way, the divine wind valley was the only way. If they passed, they wouldn't get any tokens as a reward. But if they didn't pass, even if they had 100,000 tokens, they would still fail. This round of assessment had a time limit. Although it wasn't short, there was still a time limit. If they exceeded the time limit and didn't reach the end, they would be considered to have failed. This wind is really cool. I like this wind. Morong Shao smiled. He turned his head to look at Yi Tianyan and said, "Here, you definitely can compare to me. Among all the attributes, wind is the one I'm least afraid of." Chapter 1000. Morong Shao was so confident because she had her own capital, and that was the divine wood body. When she stepped on it, there was a surge of power under her feet, like the roots of a tree rooted to the ground. How could she not be stable? Morong Shao did not say much to Yi Tianyan. She began to climb up step by step, and her speed was relatively fast. Every step was so steady, and the astonishing wind's speed did not affect her at all. She was still so calm. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come up." Morong Zhao's beautiful eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Her personality of wanting to see who would win and who would lose emerged once again. Yi Tianyan smiled slightly and raised his foot to catch up. Because this was a slope, it was more or less difficult to climb up. However, every step he took was also incomparably steady, like a towering mountain, towering and unmoving. He moved forward step by step, and at the same time, the wind's speed became stronger and stronger. Every time it hit him, there was absolutely no blind spot. Not only did it feel like he was being hit by palm after palm, but it also felt like a wall was constantly hitting him, trying to send him flying. The higher he went, the more difficult it was. Roughly estimating the total length, it was less than 10,000 meters. This was not considered far, but as the wind's speed increased, it would be troublesome if he climbed to the back and was blown away again, and he had to start all over again. Starting all over again was the best outcome. If he was ambushed, he would be dead for sure. As for flying, if he flew here, he would undoubtedly die faster. The terrifying wind speed would definitely increase by several times, and the death would be even more unsightly. "Ah! Ah!" Another scream came from the front, and a figure was blown out of the divine wind valley. Even if he constantly wanted to stabilize his body, fly up, and adjust the angle of his fall, it was clearly too difficult. The other party felt like a mountain was pressing down on him, and he fell straight from the sky. At the same time, the contestants who were hiding at the side flashed with killing intent, ready to attack at any time. Fortunately, the contestant quickly stabilized his body and did not smash to the ground. After spinning in midair, he steadily landed on the ground. At the same time, he took out a long sword and coldly looked around to avoid being ambushed. The killing intent in those ambushers' eyes didn't diminish, but they didn't charge forward. Under such circumstances, they did not dare to rush up. How could the contestants who could climb to the top be weak? Therefore, they could only give up on the sneak attack and continue to hide there, waiting for the next one. When the contestant saw that no one was sneaking up on him, he took a short break to catch his breath. After a while, he continued to climb. Originally, the Divine Wind Valley was already dangerous enough. Now, they also had to be on guard against those sneak attackers, which increased the level of danger by another level. When Yi Tianyan saw this, he shook his head and continued to climb. Through his observations, he discovered that this place was divided into 9 levels, with every kilometer being divided into a level. The 2 contestants who were blown away before were blown away at the 7th level, which was the 7,000-meter level. It could be seen that from here onwards, the difficulty would increase greatly. If one was even the slightest bit unstable, they would be blown away. As for the previous levels, Yi Tianyun and Morong, Xiao didn't have any problems at all. Instead, Morong Xiao walked a bit faster. Her lower body was very stable, with every step she took deeply into the ground. It was really difficult for her to be blown away. Even if her body looked so delicate, she was like a giant tree, firmly rooted in the ground. There was no pressure at all. "Hurry up! Why are you walking so slowly?" Morong Xiao waved at him, indicating that he should quickly catch up. Yi Tianyun smiled and said, "I'm following." They quickly climbed to the 7,000-meter level and prepared to reach the level where they were often blown away. Although there were many contestants beside them, they wouldn't make a move. It was already dangerous enough here. If they made a move, they might be blown away. Therefore, many contestants began to sit cross-legged and rest at the 6,000-meter level, preparing to rush up in one go. The 7,000-meter level was a huge hurdle, or rather, it was getting more and more difficult. If they reached it, they would have to go up in one go, and they couldn't rest here. Their appearance caused the contestants beside them to open their eyes and look in their direction, especially when they saw that they had no intention of stopping and continued to climb up. They were gloating, as if they could foresee that they were both going to be blown away. They're climbing up without resting. They're definitely going to die. Hee, all the newcomers are like that, thinking that they can definitely go up in one go. They all shook their heads. Too many people were like that, thinking that they were the strongest and could climb up in one go. As a result, when they really went up, just stabilizing their lower body was extremely taxing. Even pills could not replenish it. In the end, they would be blown away. They would either die or have to start all over again. At the same time, Sima Kong and the others quickly arrived. When they saw Yi Tianyun and Morong Xiao climbing up, they all had strange expressions. The Divine Wind Valley is an extremely difficult place. If you want to go up, you'll have to take it one step at a time. Especially after the 7,000-meter level, the difficulty will increase significantly. It seems like the two of them are not going to rest. Sima Kong was indeed experienced. He knew about these places. He looked around and said to Yuan Tianyu, "I think the two of them will most likely be blown away. When that happens, there will be people ambushing them. That's the best time for you to show off. Saving the damsel in distress is a great idea." Sima Kong patted Yuan Tianyu's shoulder, signaling him to make good use of the opportunity. Yuan Tianyu looked to the side and his eyes flickered. This was indeed a great opportunity. Saving the damsel in distress was always effective, regardless of the situation. If he were to save Morong Xiao, it would undoubtedly deepen their relationship. Great! Yuan Tianyu's eyes were filled with gratitude. It would be great if he could change Morong Xiao's opinion of him. Following Morong Xiao, they soon reached the 7,000-meter range, followed by Yi Tianyun. As soon as they stepped into the 7,000-meter range, the wind speed increased by a few times. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew toward them. If it was like a palm before, it was now like 4 or 5 palms were slapping at them from all directions. The wind speed has increased a lot. Yi Tianyun was still as stable as Mount Tai. He was completely fine. Even Morong Xiao was able to stay on top of it. The wind speed has increased a lot. Don't get blown away. Morong Xiao turned around and reminded him. It was obvious that he was worried about Yi Tianyun. Chapter 1001. Humph! I'll be blown away. That's impossible. Morong Xiao humphed and said, "I've said it before. I don't dare to say anything about other elements, but this wind element is useless to me." After saying that, he continued to climb forward, wanting to prove to Yi Tianyun that he can climb to the finish line in one breath. Yi Tianyun smiled. This little girl is really competitive. She's just like a man competitive. Then they continued to climb up step by step, as steady as a rock. The contestants below were stunned. They all thought that Yi Tianyun and Morong Xiao would be blown away soon, or it would be very difficult for them to move forward. They didn't expect them to be able to move forward steadily. It was beyond their expectations. It seems like the 7th stage isn't too difficult for them. Sima Kong squinted his eyes. The seventh stage was not easy, but it did not mean it was difficult. Otherwise, no one would be able to pass it. They could still make it if they put in a little more effort. The problem was how much time they had to spend. At least they had to slowly get used to it. Senior brother Sima, are they going to make it so easily? Yuan Tianyu was not satisfied. Don't worry, the hardest part is yet to come. You still have a chance. Sima Kong said in a deep voice, their strength is not bad, but Lady Mu's strength is still a little weaker. I can see that her lower body is a little unstable. He was experienced and could tell that Morong Xiao was starting to lose her balance. Yuan Tianyu's eyes lit up and he quickly said, I hope everyone can protect me. If it turns out well, I'll reward you handsomely when we get out. Sima Kong could tell, so could Yi Tianyin. Morong Xiao was starting to lose her balance. Morong Xiao kept saying that it was fine, but that did not mean it was fine. It was fine before, but it was starting to become problematic now. The main problem was the poison. The poison in her body had not been cleansed, and she had not fully recovered from her injuries. He initially wanted to let her rest, but she insisted on not resting and continued to move forward. Yi Tianyin could not move away from her, so he could only follow her. Sure enough, when she reached about 8,000 meters, her speed began to slow down, and sweat began to seep from her forehead. However, he was quickly blown away by the wind. His feet became more and more unstable. When he couldn't unleash his full strength, it was indeed more difficult to resist. He could feel the speed of the wind here. It was already shockingly fast, with at least a force of hundreds of billions of kilograms. If they were not careful, they would be blown away immediately. His heaven-shaking divine art could only barely stabilize himself. The rest had to be stabilized by his own strength. Otherwise, he would be blown away. Finally, when she crossed more than 8,000 meters, a gust of wind pressed down on her. She cried out in alarm, and her body lost its balance and was lifted from the ground. Ah! She let out a soft cry. It was too late for her to continue stabilizing her body. There was no way for her to press her body down again. Like a kite with a broken string, she floated outwards. Yuan Tianyu's eyes flashed, and he was ready to catch Morong Xiao. The other contestants, hiding at the side, all shook their heads. If there was someone protecting them, then they could only give up on sneak attacks. On the other hand, the contestants in the Divine Wind Valley all laughed in schadenfreude. This was a matter of course. Every one of them had failed before. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stayed here all this time. Just at this time, a long whip suddenly rolled over and firmly grabbed Morong Xiao. For a moment, Morong Xiao was stabilized in the air. She really looked like a kite floating in the air. Idiot, this is undoubtedly courting death. If you dare to help others, the wind speed will be even more astonishing. That's right, a hero saving a beauty. But if you want to be a hero, you have to see if you have the capital. Both of them are about to be blown away. However, it seems like they have someone below to receive them. This doesn't matter. One by one, they all laughed. They felt that Yi Tianyin was really stupid. Seeing this situation, Sikong Ma shook his head and said, Truly reckless. Do you really think you are invincible? If you help others, the power will increase by 3 or 4 times. Yi Tianyin was in the 8th stage. This meant that with Morong Xiao, he would immediately reach the 9th stage, or even higher. Get down. Yi Tianyin suddenly pulled, and the dragon god bloodline in his body exploded. His feet were like nails, firmly fixing him on the ground. No matter how the wind blew, he was not blown away. Following that, a large part of Morong Xiao was suddenly pulled down by him, but she was not blown away. Following that, he dragged her down bit by bit. Finally, she was firmly fixed in front of him. He said in a deep voice, Stand properly, stabilize the aura in your body. I will stabilize you here. Morong Xiao was shocked. Previously, she was extremely proud of her own ability. Now, it seemed that compared to Yi Tianyin, it was nothing. Yi Tianyin was truly stable. The moment she was blown away, She felt that she could not control herself no matter what. Even flying was useless. She could only let the wind blow her away, but she was forcefully pulled down by Tianyin. This strength was extremely shocking. No matter how violent the wind was, he could pull her down without any resistance and stabilize her on the ground. How is this possible? The people below were all shocked. Some of them stood up from their meditation and looked over in shock. They all thought that Tianyin would definitely be blown away, but he actually stabilized her. Sima Kong and the others were all dumbfounded. This was beyond their common sense. Not only was he not blown away, he was forcefully pulled down. Unbelievable. After Tianyin stabilized Morong Xiao quickly meditated and stabilized herself on the ground to recover. She did not say anything. She knew that this was a difficult place to begin with. If she did, it would be a waste of Tianyin's good intentions. When Morong Xiao stabilized herself, Tianyin only let go of the rope. Only then did the pressure on his body decrease by more than half. He was almost blown away. Luckily, he stabilized himself. This wind is too strong. I almost couldn't take it. Tianyin heaved a sigh of relief. He also meditated and waited for Morong Xiao to recover. Although he knew that Morong Xiao would be fine, with so many people watching, he did not want to let Morong Xiao climb up again. Originally, she was strong enough. It was just that she was too stubborn and forced herself to climb up before she recovered. Wasn't that courting death? The result was obvious. She had not recovered, so she could not stabilize herself. Chapter 1002. In fact, Tianyin didn't need to rest. He just needed to wait for Morong Xiao to recover. After resting for a while, Morong Xiao's pale face recovered quickly. This was the consequence of trying to be brave. If it weren't for him, he would have been blown away. One shouldn't try to be brave. She liked to be brave and didn't want others to see her weakness. After recovering, Morong Xiao opened her eyes slowly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with complex and gratitude. Brother Tianyin, thank you. You've already called me Brother Tianyin. How can I not protect you? Tianyin looked at her and said helplessly, don't try to be brave. Just take it slow. There's still enough time. After all, even if they reached the finish line immediately, it wouldn't end immediately. They still had to wait for a while at the finish line. As for whether there would be any rewards for reaching the finish line before, he wasn't sure. He felt that it was good enough to advance at this speed. It was safest to advance steadily. Okay, I know. Morong Xiao nodded obediently this time. She didn't refute him, which surprised Tianyin. However, when he saw that Morong Xiao's favorability toward him suddenly soared to more than 300 or 400, he knew the problem. After helping her several times, her favorability toward him skyrocketed to 300 or 400, which was quite shocking. So there's no problem now, right? Tianyin smiled. Yes, there's no problem this time. Morong Xiao stood up confidently and began to climb up step by step. This time she was very stable. She could have passed in one go, but she tried to be brave. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such an accident. Then the two of them continued to climb up, step by step, steadily. Yuan Tianyu, who was waiting below, was dumbfounded. It seemed that he didn't need to be a hero to save the damsel in distress. Tianyin didn't give him the chance at all. Damn it, he took it away again. Yuan Tianyu stomped on the ground angrily. He was quite annoyed and unhappy. He had been prepared from the very beginning, but it was completely useless now. Instead, he was like a fool, standing there foolishly for so long. His strength is immeasurable. Sima Kong shook his head. He had already listed Tianyin as a dangerous person, and he could not afford to go against him. Immediately, they began to climb up. Continuing to stay here was also not a solution. Since Morong Xiao's condition had improved, his climbing speed was quite stable. In the end, he easily reached the top. To her, this wasn't difficult at all. In fact, it wasn't difficult at all. If not for the fact that he was trying to be brave, he would have rushed up in a single breath. Yi Tianyin passed through the divine wind valley as if he was taking a stroll. It might be difficult for others, but it wasn't difficult for him. As long as he could stabilize his lower body, it wouldn't be difficult at all. What was being tested here was the stability of one's lower body, which had a great influence on the battle. If he fell to the ground easily when attacked, it would undoubtedly be fatal. It wasn't just flying. When attacked in the air, there would also be problems. The moment he lost his balance would be the moment of death. I finally made it. If I didn't use up too much astral power, I wouldn't have made a fool of myself. Murong Xiao turned to look at Yi Tianyin with a dissatisfied expression. She was very dissatisfied with herself. I was very confident about it, but I failed. Isn't this a slap in the face? Just be more careful in the future. Yi Tianyin looked up, and what he saw was a huge arena, forming a circular arc, wrapping a large circle. There was a tunnel in front of them that led to the entrance, and there were many guards standing at the side, looking at them fiercely. Right in front of them was the end of the first round, the deity's battleground. After so many battles, they finally reached the end of the first round. So this is the end after climbing the divine wind valley. Yi Tianyin smiled and said, let's go in. Murong Xiao nodded, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. She couldn't help but feel excited when she thought about meeting the real geniuses. After all, they would only meet the powerful geniuses who passed the first round of selection. Those who passed the first round could only be ordinary geniuses. As they walked into the magnificent deity's battleground, they passed through a long corridor and finally stepped into a vast arena. When they looked up, they saw groups of experts sitting in their seats and discussing. It could be said that they were densely packed with heaven monarchs, and there were countless earth monarchs. These were the elders from the various god realms who came to watch the competition. In the next round, so many big shots would be watching here. However, the real big shots didn't come. Yi Tianyin saw many empty seats in front of them. These were the seats for the second-grade god realms. As for who they would send, they didn't know. Maybe they would send elders, or maybe territorial lords. However, it was really nerve-wracking to be watched by so many powerful figures. It's Tianyin and the others. They passed. When Nian Xiu saw the figures at the entrance, she immediately became excited. This meant that their people had passed the first round, especially the token that Yi Tianyin obtained. He looked down on all the heroes and firmly secured first place. Yes, they all passed. The Heavenly Mandate region lord was very excited and relaxed a little. They were afraid that there would be an accident along the way. If they lost, then everything would be over. What 8,000 tokens? It would only be a waste of time, without any meaning at all. Yi Tianyin and the others also noticed Nian Xiu and the others. They also saw their names on the virtual image in the air. Big brother Tianyin, you are first. Even the second place Heaven Pillar and Earthly Lord are not as good as you. You are really amazing. Murong Xiao was very excited, as if she was the first place. First place. Yi Tianyin smiled slightly. There was no pride in his eyes. Only when they really competed would they know who was better. He wanted to prove to all the powerful figures that the human race was not the weakest race, but a race full of potential. Rong also passed. A middle-aged man on the side was very satisfied when he saw Murong Xiao. He was Murong Xiao's father, Murong Hua. We said that the eldest lady would definitely get a good result. She did not disappoint us. The elders on the side all praised and felt that Murong Xiao had amazing potential. Chapter 1003. Yi Tianyin and Murong Xiao's appearance attracted a lot of people's attention. Especially the contestants who arrived here before, they all looked at them. Junior Marshal's sister Rong. Who is he? At this time, a handsome youth appeared in front of them. He was dressed in white and had a long sword on his back. He looked very immortal. He was Murong Xiao's pursuer, Ling Yunfeng. People usually called him Young Master Ling, and Yu Qingling had a good impression of him. However, Ling Yunfeng only liked Murong Xiao and she had no chance at all. Don't call me Rong, or we aren't that close. Morong Xiao frowned. She felt very uncomfortable with Ling Yunfeng calling her that. Junior Marshal, Sister Rong. You are messing around again. We are from the same sect. Ling Yunfeng was full of helplessness. He looked at her and said with dissatisfaction, I have been looking for you for so long down there, but I couldn't find you. So you were with someone else. No wonder I couldn't find you. Friend, how should I address you? Ling Yunfeng didn't start scolding right away. Instead, he cupped his hands and was very polite. Yi Tianyan sized him up. He looked like a handsome man, and his cultivation wasn't low either. They were both 7th refinement Earth monarchs. In this place, 5th or 6th refinement Earth monarchs and above were too common. If one didn't have 6th or 7th refinement Earth monarchs, they would be embarrassed to greet him. Heavenly Cloud Earth monarch. Yi Tianyan didn't hide and introduced himself. Heavenly Cloud Earth monarch. Ling Yunfeng's eyes shot out a ray of light. He sized him up and said in shock, I was just about to say what Heavenly Cloud Earth monarch is like. I didn't expect him to be so young. I believe that Junior Marshal Sister Rong was able to reach here mainly because of Heavenly Cloud Earth monarch. That is her own ability, and it has nothing to do with me. Yi Tianyan was a little confused. Logically speaking, shouldn't the other party treat him as a love rival? Why wasn't he angry? His temper was still so good. No matter what, I am shocked to see her in person. To tell you the truth, Earth Lord Tianyan, I want to be her Tao companion, and I hope Earth Lord Tianyan can fulfill my wish. Ling Yunfeng was very straightforward and very respectful. Yi Tianyan almost vomited blood. This was the first time he had seen someone dissuade someone with such etiquette. It was not a fist fight, but a dissuasion filled with etiquette. Senior Brother Ling, I will never become Tao companions with you. Morong Xiao was furious. She pointed at him and said, You're not my type. You're so inflexible, just like a stubborn old man. Your Ling family has nurtured you into a genius, but in other aspects, you are simply too lacking. How could that be? Didn't Junior Sister Rong say that as long as my talent and cultivation surpass yours, I can become your Tao companion? Ling Yunfeng frowned and said doubtfully, I should be able to do it. Furthermore, I'm preparing to break through to the 8th refinement Earth monarch. I should be able to meet Junior Sister Ronger's standards, right? You are so unreasonable. I don't even like you. It's useless if you meet my requirements. Morong Xiao was about to explode. You don't like me? Then after we become Tao companions, you will slowly fall in love with me. I'll bring you to a good place to cultivate, give you all my treasures, and go into seclusion with you. Yi Tianyan was on the verge of cramping up. This guy's EQ was too low. It was as if his head had been kicked by a donkey. What was even more frightening was that when he said it out calmly, he did not even know what it meant to refuse, what it meant to be humiliated. Just give up. I'm already with Big Brother Tianyan. You should just give up. Morong Xiao grabbed Yi Tianyan's arm and transmitted his voice to him. Brother Tianyan, you must help me. If I become Tao companions with this guy, I will definitely go crazy. It's not interesting at all, just like those teachers. Ling Yunfeng was startled. He looked at Yi Tianyan and bowed. I hope Earth Lord Tianyan can fulfill my wish. My father said that Junior Marshal Sister Rong and I are the most suitable. If Earth Lord Tianyan chooses to give up, I am willing to give you the best treasures. I hope Earth Lord Tianyan will give up. What a gentleman! Yi Tianyan looked at him and did not know what to say. Everything was too polite. He did not get angry, nor did he use vulgar words. He was completely like a gentleman, speaking of his needs. It felt like he would say, Please don't hit me, after slapping him. What if I say no? Yi Tianyan thought for a while and chose to persuade him. If you don't agree, I can only work harder to defeat you with greater strength and win Junior Marshal Sister Rong's heart. If I steal Junior Marshall's sister wrong, I hope Earth Lord Tianyin won't blame me. Ling Yinfeng still did not get angry, nor did he provoke him. He just wanted to steal Junior Marshall's sister wrong, in front of Yi Tianyin. Yi Tianyin did not know what to say. This was definitely the first time he met such a weirdo. If it was someone else, he would have pointed at his nose and scolded him, or if he did not leave Morong Shao, he would die without a burial place. Ling Yinfeng did not act like this at all. He maintained his gentlemanly demeanor from the beginning to the end. It was just that, in his opinion, the more violent ones were better. See? I wonder if this guy is stupid. His brain is made of rotten wood. He can't understand anything. I wonder if his family has instilled too many things into his head. He doesn't have any opinions. Morong Shao said helplessly, "No opinions?" Yi Tianyin was confused. Yes, he definitely doesn't like me. He listens to his family. No matter what he does, he follows their orders. Morong Shao was very helpless. Such a weirdo exists. Yi Tianyin was speechless. You are Earth Lord Tianyin. At this time, a man walked over and looked him up and down with cold eyes full of fighting spirit. What's the problem? Yi Tianyin looked at him. You don't look like much. You are a human. How could your divine war thunder drum reach the 9th rank? Earth Lord Cloud Thunder looked at him coldly. I highly suspect that you cheated. Otherwise, how could a mere human reach this level? Earth Lord Cloud Thunder was ranked 2nd. He was suddenly pushed down to 3rd place. In fact, 3rd place was already very good, but he could not believe that a human was riding on top of him. This was unacceptable. Yi Tianyin looked at him up and down, then shrugged his shoulders and said, "This is finally a normal guy. Look at him. This is a normal guy, okay?" Ling Yinfeng looked at Earth Lord Cloud Thunder in confusion. He did not understand what Yi Tianyin meant. Chapter 1004. Hearing Yi Tianyin's question, Earth Lord Cloud Thunder was stunned. How did he cheat? It couldn't be 2 people attacking each other. It could only be 1 person attacking. If 2 people attacked each other, it would be against the rules, and they would be immediately identified. At that time, they would be considered to have failed. You must have cheated. Earth Lord Cloud Thunder was at a loss for words and didn't know how to refute. In his opinion, the human race must have cheated to be able to climb to such a high peak. Not only Earth Lord Cloud Thunder, but the other contestants also thought so. There were so many contestants present, but only Yi Tianyin was a human. It was enough to show how weak the human race was. It was impossible for them to reach this level. Oh, if I really cheated, are you doubting the rule formations set up by the God Realms? Do you think their rules are so weak that I can easily break them by cheating? Yi Tianyin looked at Earth Lord Cloud Thunder mockingly and said with a smile, "It seems that I'm so strong that I can break their rules and easily reach the 9th rank. Is it because I'm too strong or because the seniors are too useless?" Yi Tianyin slammed a hat on Earth Lord Cloud Thunder's head. If Earth Lord Cloud Thunder admitted it, it would mean that the rules set up by several powerful figures of the God Realms had been broken by a single human. So many people couldn't break it, but he could. Wouldn't that mean that the powerful figures of the God Realms were useless? Earth Lord Cloud Thunder's face turned pale. He had never thought about this at all. He just kept accusing Yi Tianyin of cheating to achieve his results. Now that Yi Tianyin had turned the tables on him, he was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. The other contestants originally wanted to interject, but now they didn't know what to say. If they said that Yi Tianyin had cheated, then they would be saying that the seniors were too weak. But if they didn't say anything, wouldn't that mean that Yi Tianyin really had such strength? This kid is really eloquent. He can infer many things from one instance. The Heavenly Mandate region, Lord smiled. He was very appreciative of Yi Tianyin's words. It was best not to get angry. That was the most important thing. There was no point in getting angry here. The The key was that they could not fight, so there was nothing to get angry about. It would affect the mood of the competition. That's true. This brat is very clever. He won't be at a disadvantage. Nien Ci you also laughed. They didn't continue to say anything. The stage was theirs, and the rest of the audience couldn't interfere. They couldn't even get off the stage. They could only watch from above. Even if their own disciples were prepared to die, they still couldn't go down. If they wanted to save him, there would be others who would save him. As for the others, they absolutely could not interfere. Once they did so, they would be disqualified from the entire God domain. Otherwise, if someone were to rush down to save his disciple when his disciple was about to die, it would be against the rules. This kind of situation absolutely could not happen, so whoever did that would be kicked out. Moreover, this competition was not inhumane. As long as the other party surrendered, they could not continue fighting. If he stubbornly refused to surrender, what else could he do? Humph. Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder snorted and said coldly, I don't care what you do, but I hope you don't run into me. After saying that, Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder waved his hand and walked to the side. He didn't want to stay here any longer. He didn't want Tianyin to say anything else. If he were to put a big hat on him, he would be in trouble. Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder, I'm sorry, but he's already mine, Ling Yunfeng suddenly said. Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder turned his head and looked at him like he was an idiot. Then he shook his head. What a retard. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Tianyin shrugged his shoulders, feeling very helpless. The rest of the contestants glanced over, but they didn't say anything. Among them, there was a substantial gaze that stared at him. Tianyin followed the gaze. The first thing that came into view was an extremely beautiful woman. She was dressed in red, and there were several flames floating around her body. The scorching heat waves spread out in all directions. She sized up Tianyin for a moment. Her eyes were very indifferent and somewhat empty, as if she didn't care about anything. Or in other words, everything was meaningless to her. Then she closed her eyes again. She didn't say a word, nor did she do anything. The other contestants didn't approach her. They were even a little afraid of her. Heavenly Pillar. Tianyin was stunned. The opponent's name appeared in front of him with the appraisal eye. He didn't expect the first one to be a woman. This was really beyond his expectation. He thought it would be an overbearing strong man, but it turned out to be a woman. That's right. She's Heavenly Pillar, the terrifying woman ranked below you. Morong Shao shook his head. His eyes were full of fear. She controls a kind of holy fire that can burn the heaven and earth. Her cultivation has reached the level of the 8th refinement Earth Lord. Rumor has it that she almost broke through to the level of the 9th refinement Earth Lord. Holy fire? Tianyin squinted at Heavenly Pillar. Such a masculine name, but she's a woman. Of course, this was just a title. No one knew her real name. In the deity realm, the rarity of flames was divided into 2 categories, demonic fire and holy fire. There were only 5 kinds of holy fire. Needless to say, the power of these flames was above all the other demonic fires. Having a holy fire was like adding wings to a tiger. However, it was extremely difficult to subdue a holy fire. No one knew how Heavenly Pillar did it. It's a bit strange. Tianyin looked at Heavenly Pillar up and down. Even with the appraisal eye, the data presented was very limited. He had a special feeling that Heavenly Pillar was very terrifying. There seemed to be a special energy in her body. As for how powerful it was not easy to say. He felt that the other contestants were not even half as powerful as her, or even less. Her terrifying power was far beyond the reach of others. Of course, there were still many contestants who hadn't arrived yet. As for whether the others were strong or not, they would have to wait and see. Immediately, they found a place to meditate and recover, waiting for the start of the second round. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was almost the end. The time provided for the first round was not long, only 1 month. Those who couldn't reach the finish line in 1 month would be judged to be eliminated. 1 month is up. Those who haven't reached the finish line will have their previous results nullified. They will be eliminated at the same time. At this time, a deacon announced on the side. His voice spread out and eventually spread to the entire godly war continent. Those who didn't reach the finish line were teleported out. When Tianyin opened his eyes, he saw a lot of contestants, a lot more than when he first came up. Among them, Yu Qingling and the others had come up, proving that they had some strength. Chapter 1005. Tianyin glanced around. There were less than 1,000 people left on the ground. From the initial hundreds of thousands of participants, there were less than 1,000 people left. It was enough to show how terrifying the difficulty was. More than half of them had been eliminated in the initial slaughter. It had to be said that it was too cruel. Any one of them would be a godlike existence in Fanyu. Here, they were like cabbages that could be found in large bunches. Elimination was very common. This was the survival of the fittest. Even Earth monarchs would be divided into good and bad. There were 2 or 3 refinement Earth monarchs present. This proved that their cultivation wasn't high, but it didn't mean that they were weak. Cultivation was just a superficial estimate. As for how strong they were, it would be known when they fought. What a cruel competition! Tianyin shook his head. If they wanted to ascend to the heavens, they had to trample on a large number of opponents. A pile of losers was their stepping stone, a pile of stepping stones to the top. Yes, it is indeed cruel. Murong Xiao nodded. He had a deep feeling about this place. If they were slightly weaker, they would also be reduced to stepping stones. Great waves wash away sand. Whether one can stand firm here or not depends on one's own strength. Ling Yunfeng opened his eyes and said slowly, "What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave." Murong Xiao felt that he was an eyesore. He was here to make trouble. At this moment, a familiar person walked over and hugged Ling Yunfeng's arm. She said in a sweet voice, "Young Masterling, why don't you come with me? It's really unlucky to stay here." The person who came over was Yu Qingling. She hugged Ling Yunfeng as soon as she arrived. She was really bold. Ling Yunfeng frowned. He shook his arm and broke free. "Lady Yu, men and women should not touch each other. Please don't do this." Ling Yunfeng had a righteous expression. He wasn't moved by these things at all. Yu Qingling's charm skills were obviously not bad, but it was useless against him. It made her go crazy. "Oh, right, young Masterling, and the 2 of them are already together. Previously, I even saw the 2 of them kissing each other. Maybe they've already done it." Yu Qingling covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. She even said some slanderous words. Nonsense. Murong Xiao was about to explode in anger. She had teamed up with Tianyin, yet she was being slandered like this. Yu Qingling wanted to see anger on Ling Yunfeng's face, but she was quickly disappointed. Ling Yunfeng was not disappointed or angry at all, and he maintained a calm expression. "I will snatch junior sister Rong heir from the hands of Earth Monarch Tianyin," Ling Yunfeng said in a serious manner. On the side, Tianyin almost vomited blood. He also thought that Yu Qingling's slander would attract hatred for him. Obviously, he was thinking too much. Ling Yunfeng didn't care about this kind of thing at all. Yu Qingling was also speechless. Her beautiful eyes were filled with displeasure as she looked at Ling Yunfeng. There was no way to change this rotten wood. "Ahem, brotherling, do you really like Miss Mu?" Tianyin asked seriously. "Is it your family that ordered you to do this, or do you really like Miss Mu? That's why you did this." "This." Ling Yunfeng frowned and thought about it carefully. "Actually, my family told me to do this. They said that it would help with my cultivation." "So you're saying that you don't like Miss Mu at all? That's why you became Tao companions with her?" Tianyin continued to ask. "That's right." Ling Yunfeng answered truthfully, but junior sister Rong heir is still very good. She's kind, so there's nothing bad about becoming Tao companions. Brother Ling, tell me the truth. Did you listen to your family's orders to pursue Miss Mu for the sake of cultivation? Yi Tianyin asked again. That's right. It's because of this that I decided to pursue junior sister Rong'er. Ling Yunfeng replied in a serious manner. A cultivation maniac. Morong Xiao was speechless. He was just a cultivation tool. Ahem, Brother Ling, listen to me. Even if you become Dao companions with Miss Mu, it won't help your cultivation much. Her body doesn't really suit you. You need someone with the ice attribute. That would suit you better, Yi Tianyin suggested. But my family asked me to. Ling Yunfeng was conflicted. You don't have to care about them. Deep down, you just want to achieve Dao. You don't want to care about anything else, right? Yi Tianyin already knew what was going on. Yes. Ling Yunfeng shook his head. I really don't want to care about anything else. Obviously, lust was **T. He was a cultivation maniac who only wanted to achieve Dao. Come here, I have an idea. Yi Tianyin pulled Ling Yunfeng over and whispered a bunch of things to him. Ling Yunfeng's eyes lit up. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Yi. Actually, I've been very troubled. If I become Dao companions with junior sister Rong, I won't have time to cultivate. Now that I've heard Brother Yi's words, I'm really enlightened. Ling Yunfeng smiled and came in front of Morong Xiao. Junior sister Rong, I won't become Dao companions with you. I actually don't have much interest in you. I just want to achieve Dao. Morong Xiao's face twitched. She had always wanted to get rid of him. Now that Ling Yunfeng said that, it was like a slap to her face. After saying that, Ling Yunfeng turned around and left. He returned to his Ling family's camp. Yu Qingling was dumbfounded. She thought that she could create some conflict. Who knew that it wouldn't be of any use? Idiot, no woman will like him in this life. Yu Qingling glared at Morong Xiao fiercely, turned around and left. It's settled. Now that Ling Yunfeng won't pester you anymore, right? Yi Tianyin laughed. Tell me, how should you thank me? He didn't expect the matter to be resolved so quickly. He originally thought that it was an enemy, but who knew that it was a cultivation maniac with a pure heart that only wanted to cultivate. Quickly tell me, what exactly did you say to him? He immediately chose to give up on me? Morong Xiao was extremely shocked. She had rejected him many times, but none of them succeeded. It's very simple. I told him that the family wanted him to marry you because they wanted him to raise his cultivation. In fact, it didn't have much effect, so I told him to participate in the competition properly. After the competition, he would find a place to cultivate in seclusion and break through to the 8 or 9 refinement Earth Lord. Yi Tianyin explained. What do you mean by that? Morong Xiao was dumbfounded. The best way to deal with this kind of cultivation maniac is to let them continue cultivating. That way, they won't have time to care about you. Yi Tianyin shrugged his shoulders. Morong Xiao rolled her eyes. I don't believe it. How could it be that simple? Chapter 1006. Many participants stayed in the deity battle arena to recover and wait for the next round to begin. For this reason, they all took various medicinal pills to heal their injuries and quickly recovered. It didn't take long for an uproar to come from the front. The first to appear were 5 peak experts. They tore the space in the air and sat directly on the highest seats. As soon as they sat down, a majestic aura was released and spread around. Under this majestic aura, the audience immediately quieted down. These 5 are the representatives of the divine realm battle to heaven. They're the elders. They're not the real owners of the divine realm. They don't need to be there in person. The divine realm battle to heaven is not a big deal for them. It is just a normal selection of disciples. There is no need to come in person. It is already quite amazing that they came in person. All 5 of them are divine monarch cultivators. There is a difference in their cultivation. However, just by sitting there, they already made everyone feel pressured. This is the power of divine monarch. E. Tianyin looked up. The appraisal I can't show the combat power. At most it can show how high the cultivation is. Nothing else can be seen. Obviously, the current stage of the appraisal, I can only see the cultivation level below divine monarch. Upgrade appraisal I. Without hesitation, E. Tianyin immediately chose to upgrade appraisal I. This is very important data. He must upgrade it. Ding successfully deducted 50 million crazy points. Upgrade appraisal I to level 5. The next level requires 5 billion crazy points. Appraisal I. Start to upgrade data. After upgrading the data, E. Tianyin looked over there, and the new data appeared in front of him. Divine Wrath Elder, 5th level Divine Monarch, has the power of heavenly thunder, can release terrible heavenly thunder to destroy heaven and earth. The heavenly thunder divine power in the body can also turn oneself into an immortal body, can resist terrible power. Weakness, no obvious weakness. Comprehensive combat power, 9, 7 million star power. East Dragon Elder, 6th level Divine Monarch, has a very strong East Dragon bloodline, can turn into a huge East Dragon, spit out destructive energy bomb, has terrible defense, can resist all attacks. Weakness, extreme metal attack can break defense. Overall combat power was 11. 3 million star power. Elder G Fan, level 5 Divine Lord. He has the power of destruction and can destroy everything he sees. Weakness, extreme life force, able to resist the power of destruction. Overall combat power was 10. 3 million points of star power. Elder Luyu, at the 5th level Divine Lord level. He possesses a vast power of earth. He can easily overturn mountains and seas and can stack up a world. Weakness, power of wood can be countered. Overall combat power was 9. 5 million points of star power. Elder Go Huang, 6th level Divine Monarch. He possesses the power of divine gold and is indestructible. He can pierce through a giant planet with a flip of his hand. Weakness, power of fire. Overall combat power was 12. 5 million star power. The information of the 5 elders appeared in front of him, including the things they were wearing. It was just that E. Tianyin had filtered out their equipment. He was simply observing their combat abilities. Each of them had reached 10 million points of star power, and that was just ordinary power. If they were to burst out, it would be tens of millions of star power points. The cultivation of a divine lord is indeed terrifying. E. Tianyin looked at the data on their bodies. No wonder a divine monarch expert could crush a large number of experts. This could easily crush any first-grade region lord. And this was just one elder. The other divine lords hadn't appeared yet. If it was their overall strength, it would definitely be shocking. A few divine lords would be able to crush all the low-level powerhouses. As soon as the 5 of them appeared, the powerhouses sitting at the side all stood up. "Greetings, lords!" A deafening voice sounded. All of them looked at the powerhouses above them respectfully. How could they not be respectful when facing powerhouses? The 5 elders nodded in satisfaction. Powerhouses from their own camp also appeared behind them. All of them were at the level of the Lord of Heaven. Soon the seats at the back were filled. There were at least 34 people, and each of them had brought 5 or 6 subordinates. It's time again. We've seen your situation. The current situation is somewhat out of our expectations. This time, there's someone in the Divine Thunderdrum area who achieved a 9th grade level. He's also the only one who has reached this level. This result hasn't appeared for a long time. The one who spoke was Elder Go Huang. He was in the middle. Without a doubt, his position was the highest. The god territory he belonged to was definitely the strongest. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the leader. E. Tianyun's eyes lit up. He immediately grasped these words. It had appeared in the past, but it hadn't appeared recently. There were indeed many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. This performance was not bad for them. But it wasn't a pleasant surprise. The 5 of them were expressionless. They didn't show any special appreciation. Next, prepare for the second round of the competition. Before that, according to the previous rules, the first round will begin. Before that, according to the previous rules, those who reach a certain standard will receive the corresponding reward. Elder Go Huang swept his gaze across the contestants. With a wave of his hand, a huge temple descended from the sky and landed heavily on the empty ground. Boom! The temple landed heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Those who reach the standard will receive the corresponding reward. You can go in and exchange the token. However, it doesn't include the token obtained from the divine thunder drum. Additional tokens can be exchanged in the temple. Elder Go Huang gestured for them to enter. Elder Go Huang's intention was clear. He wanted to focus on the number of tokens and not on the divine thunder drum. In this way, Yi Tianyan only had a few hundred tokens. Of course, this was already the highest reward. The token obtained from the divine thunder drum could be exchanged in the temple. As soon as he finished his words, groups of people rushed in. Yi Tianyan followed them in. After entering, he saw a dazzling array of treasures. Of course, the highest grade was the high-grade reincarnation level treasures. There were many of them here, and they filled up rows after rows. However, the price was even more shocking. If one didn't meet the initial conditions, he would need at least 1,000 tokens. The better ones would need at least a few thousand tokens. Among the contestants, there were less than a dozen of them who could meet the initial conditions. After all, those who could obtain around 200 tokens were the minority. Some of them only had dozens or 100 tokens. Chapter 1007. High-grade, reincarnation-grade treasures can be found everywhere here. Yi Tianyan shook his head. This was the strength of a Grade 2 God Realm. Treasures that were rarely seen in Grade 1 God Realms could be found everywhere here. Of course, they were expensive. Unless one obtained a good result on the Divine Battle Thunder Drum, it would be difficult to exchange for a good weapon here. In his opinion, there were less than 50 people who could exchange for high-grade, reincarnation-grade treasures. Of course, there might be even fewer of them. Not everyone could achieve excellent results. Here, a high-grade, reincarnation-grade treasure or martial technique would require more than 1,000 tokens. This meant that one had to obtain at least 3 results of Grade 6 or 7. Combined with the tokens they had obtained previously, only then could they meet the standard. As for better treasures, they would need to obtain at least a few results of Grade 8 and above, or they could snatch tokens from thousands of people. That way they could also exchange. It was difficult for one person to snatch a few thousand tokens. The main reason was that there were too many scattered cultivators, so it was not easy to find them. Of course, if one could snatch more than 200 tokens from the start, they could directly choose one. Under such circumstances, the number of people who met the standard increased, but it would definitely not exceed 100. Without hesitation, Yi Tianyan headed towards the high-grade, reincarnation-grade treasures area. He had met the standard, so he would definitely choose this area. Even if he did not meet the standard, the 7,000 tokens he obtained from the Divine Battle Thunder Drum were enough to exchange for more high-grade, reincarnation-grade treasures. I just happened to lack some special treasures. Yi Tianyan quickly set his sights on a treasure that caught his eye, the Sanskrit divine brush. Right now, he needed to improve his divine inscriber skills. He wanted to transform the 3 realms and strengthen his equipment. The divine inscriptions he had learned previously had no effect on the equipment he obtained from the lottery draw. Not every equipment could be engraved with divine inscriptions. Otherwise, his equipment would have long exploded. When he reached the God realm, the divine inscriptions here could be engraved on his equipment. For example, it could be engraved on the ancient desolate equipment set or the evil devil divine equipment set. As for how effective it would be, he would only know after engraving it. Just as he was about to pick up the Sanskrit divine brush, A domineering voice rang in his ears. "Put down the divine Sanskrit brush." Tianyin turned his head and saw a contestant with snake eyes walking towards him. His entire body was shrouded in evil energy, especially his snake eyes, which looked extremely evil. She stared at him as if she was staring at a prey. Tianyin couldn't be bothered with him. He used the first 190 tokens to exchange for the superior grade reincarnation grade treasure. This meant that he no longer had the chance to exchange for the treasures. The remaining treasures would have to be exchanged at the original price. Of course, this thing was very useful to him, so he naturally wouldn't let it go. "Are you ignoring my words?" Demon Eye Earth Monarch charged in front of him. He glared at him and roared, "Take it out! I have my eyes on it!" "So what if you like it? As long as it's not in your hands first. Then it's my choice." Tianyin retorted mercilessly. "You, Demon Eye Earth Monarch, really wanted to attack Tianyin, but he didn't dare to. It was forbidden to attack here. Once he did, he would be disqualified from the competition. If there's nothing else, please make way. Don't stop me from choosing other treasures." Tianyin naturally wouldn't only choose one treasure. The greatest use of these tokens was to exchange for treasures. It could be said that these were the rewards given by the elders, even if they couldn't pass the later stages. Just the treasures exchanged here were enough for them to make good use of when they returned. They would strive to be able to participate again in the next competition. "You human brat, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Don't think that you're the strongest just because you got the first token. If we use all our strength, do you think we can't get a rank 9? Demon Eye Earth Monarch's tone was full of disdain, as if they could get a rank 9 if they wanted to. Their argument attracted the attention of the surrounding contestants, but they all agreed with Demon Eye Earth Monarch's words. If they really wanted to go all out, a rank 9 was not a problem, but it would expose their strength, and that was not worth it. They hadn't seen Tianyin's performance before, so they unanimously thought that Tianyin used all his strength and went all out to get this result. To them, going all out to get this result was not very strong. They had all heard of Tianyin's situation. After all, some people saw Tianyin's performance and thought that he used all his strength, so they could roughly estimate his strength level. "Oh, that's your business. If you can't get it, then you can't. Don't talk to me about other things." Tianyin looked at him coldly and said, "Get out of my way. You're blocking me from choosing treasures. If you don't move, I'll tell the seniors that you're obstructing me." Demon Eye Earth Monarch's gaze was icy to the extreme, and the guards at the gate were alarmed, wanting to come over to investigate. "Good. Just you wait. When the time comes, you'll know that you're a frog at the bottom of a well. You think that you can be complacent just because you got some results, but you're actually a fart. I hope you don't meet me, or else you'll know that participating in this competition is a mistake." Demon Eye Earth Monarch could only move aside obediently, so that Tianyin could walk out from here. If those guards were alarmed, he would have to bear the consequences. "Is that so? Then I'd like to see how you're going to make me a frog at the bottom of a well." Tianyin smiled faintly, not taking it to heart at all, and turned around to choose treasures in other areas. Demon Eye Earth Monarch gritted his teeth and looked at him. He couldn't fight here, so he could only turn around to choose treasures. The other contestants shook their heads, feeling that Tianyin was really courting death. He had just arrived and immediately provoked so many opponents. Not only Earth Monarch Lei Yin, but also Demon Eye Earth Monarch. Wasn't he courting death? "Brother E, are you all right? That Demon Eye Earth Monarch is ranked in the top 8, and I heard that he's very powerful." Ling Yinfeng came over and asked, "If that's the case, if I give the treasure to him, will he admit defeat when he meets me?" Tianyin asked. "I don't think that'll happen." Ling Yinfeng said, "Isn't that right? Since he won't let me go, why should I give it to him?" Tianyin shrugged his shoulders and said, "In this life, I've had many enemies, but every one of them has become a skeleton for me to succeed, and he's no exception. Ling Yunfeng looked at Yi Tianyan in shock. He didn't expect Yi Tianyan to say such domineering words. Chapter 1008. Ling Yunfeng admired Yi Tianyan's courage and insight. If it was him, he wouldn't have dared to do so. After all, after provoking the other party, as soon as the battle started, Ling Yunfeng didn't hesitate to attack with all his strength and wouldn't stop until he killed the other party. Just this point alone was enough to scare people. Ling Yunfeng knew his own strength, so he wouldn't casually provoke others. Coward! At this moment, Murong Xiao stood out and glanced at Ling Yunfeng. Big brother Tianyan will definitely win. If he loses to the other party in terms of momentum, then he will really lose. Murong Xiao had always been fearless, even when she was besieged and poisoned. She didn't want to admit defeat and even killed several people consecutively. This boldness already explained a lot. Although she was the daughter of a clan, she didn't have that kind of situation. When it was time to kill, she was still ruthless. It was just that she was too kind, otherwise she wouldn't have been poisoned. Because she was kind, as long as the other party surrendered, she would let the other party go. Who knew that the other party would use poison? Otherwise, she wouldn't have been poisoned. After being scolded by Murong Xiao, Ling Yunfeng pondered for a while and said, Junior sister Ronger is right. This is because my Dao heart isn't stable enough. I will strengthen it in the future. Ling Yunfeng was quite modest. If it was someone else, they would have already been angry, but he still maintained a calm state of mind. This made Yi Tianyan feel very praiseworthy. He felt that Ling Yunfeng would definitely achieve great things in the future. Just this calm state of mind alone was already better than many people. Immediately after, Yi Tianyan continued to choose treasures. He chose a high-grade, reincarnation-grade alchemy furnace in one go, and he also chose some divine seal carving methods. 7,000 tokens were used up in the blink of an eye. It wasn't easy to earn them, but it was too easy to spend them. After he finished choosing, most of the others had also finished choosing. Some didn't have so many tokens, so they didn't need to consider for too long. They could come out immediately. Some could only choose some elixir pills, and they could only come out obediently. Yi Tianyan, on the other hand, was quite satisfied with the amount he exchanged. As soon as he came out, he felt the venomous gaze of the demon Earth Monarch staring at him. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent, as though he wanted to chop him into two. Yi Tianyan couldn't be bothered with him. He lifted his foot and walked forward, arriving at his faction's area. There were contestants from their faction here, but there were only a few of them left. From the initial few hundred, there were less than 10. Yi Tianyan and Murong Xiao were included, and Sikong Ma and Yuan Tianyu, as well as some talented core disciples. It was not only the heavenly mandate divine realm that was the case, it was the same for the other divine realms. Most of them had been eliminated. Of course, there were some divine realms that were an exception. There were a few divine realms that had a considerable number of disciples remaining, at most 40 to 50. It had to be said that these divine realms were strong enough, otherwise there would not be so many left. Yi Tianyan recognized a few of these powerful divine realms. They were Earth Lord Tianqing and Earth Lord Yunlei, as well as the demon Earth Monarch. The three of them were in extremely strong camps, and the remaining people could account for half of the total number of people. It was enough to show that these three camps were the strongest. The rest were scattered, and there was not even one of them. At this time, Yi Tianyan turned his eyes to one of them. He stared at him. The aura of the evil spirit clan. He felt that the black-robed contestant not far away actually had the aura of the evil spirit clan, but he was not very sure. When he took out the essence blood of the evil spirit clan from the storage ring, there was no reaction at all. Is it not the evil spirit clan? Yi Tianyan looked him up and down. At the same time, he opened the appraisal eye, trying to see through the true nature of the other party. Earth Lord Special Go. Earth Lord of the 7th refinement, has the bloodline of the evil spirit clan very thin. It was very simple and clear information. He did not need to read the rest of the information. It was enough to know the first sentence. This Earth Lord Special Go was really from the evil spirit clan, or rather, he had the bloodline of the evil spirit clan. He did not expect the evil spirit clan to sneak in, but it was hard to say whether it was sent by the evil spirit clan. In short, he was the only one in the camp that Earth Lord Special Go was in. According to the rankings, Earth Lord Special GE's ranking was not very high. He was only in the 80s. This ranking was not bad, but it was definitely not eye-catching. It did not match his cultivation. He had already reached the Earth Lord of the 7th refinement. How could he be weak? In Yi Tianyin's opinion, he should be at least in the 30s. This was more reasonable. Either his strength was really weak, or he was deliberately hiding his strength. Yi Tianyin believed that it was the latter, which meant that he was deliberately hiding his strength. Acting low-key was undoubtedly very suitable for the evil spirit clan, who came here alone. Miss Mu, do you know about the evil spirit clan? Yi Tianyin asked. Evil spirit clan? I know a very evil race. Murong Xiao immediately revealed a disgusted expression. What if they come to participate? Yi Tianyin continued to ask. They still dare to come to participate? If they are discovered, they will definitely die without a complete corpse. Could it be that there is an evil spirit clan among the participants? Murong Xiao covered her mouth in surprise. She turned her head and looked around, but she could not tell which one was the evil spirit clan. It's that black-robed one. He's the evil spirit clan. Yi Tianyin frowned and said, but his bloodline is rather thin. Even if I say it, no one will believe me, right? He could see it, but it did not mean that others could. He had even taken out his blood essence, but he was unable to detect it. This meant that it was hidden very deeply. If he could not see through it and said it again, he might be accused of slandering others. No, wait, I can't feel it at all. Murong Xiao shook his head. It's fine as long as you know. Remember to be wary of him. I don't know what they are planning, but as long as they have the slightest trace of the evil spirit clan's bloodline, it will be very easy for them to go wrong. He had seen the sins of the evil spirit clan, although he did not dare to say that all those who possessed the bloodline of the evil spirit clan were bad. Those who dared to appear here were basically not good people. All right. Murong Xiao nodded. She did not doubt Yi Tianyin's words and directly treated him as the evil spirit clan. She also knew what Yi Tianyin meant. If she reported it, she would be punished here if she did not have sufficient evidence. After all, it would be seen as improper methods, and it was not allowed in this competition. Yi Tianyin looked at Lord Tej, and Lord Tej seemed to feel Yi Tianyin looking at him, so he raised his head and looked at him. Chapter 1009. Very quickly, everyone came out of the deity palace. Elder Go Huang put the deity palace away. Everyone had exchanged for something good, and their faces were filled with pride. There were many good treasures in this temple, which were much better than in their god domain. Of course, they were very happy. Even if they lost, they were satisfied. After all, they had obtained many good things. I can see that you are all very satisfied. Elder Go Huang looked at them and smiled. Some of you have the opportunity to become disciples of our 5 god domains. As for those who haven't reached the standard yet, this test will bring you benefits. Elder Go Huang was rather gentle and didn't put on too much airs. After all, there was no lack of outstanding geniuses, and some were even stronger than native god domain experts. Of course, there were many native god domain experts among the participants, which made up more than half of them. It could only be said that those who were born here had an extraordinary starting point from a young age. Everyone listened attentively to Elder Go Huang's words, not missing a single word. Now, let's proceed to the second stage, God Tribulation. Elder Go Huang slowly explained the content of the next stage. God Tribulation? When the Earth monarchs heard this, their bodies shivered, which reminded them of the heaven tribulation they had experienced. The difficulty was extremely high, and if they didn't succeed, the result would be death. Now, they had to undergo heaven tribulation? Wasn't this sending them to their deaths? Their cultivation hadn't been completely stabilized, and triggering the heaven tribulation was courting death. Don't be nervous. We are not asking you to trigger some heaven tribulation, but we will release a test similar to the heaven tribulation. Elder Go Huang looked at them and said, "This is a kind of training for you to undergo heaven tribulation in the future. It will be helpful to you. The difficulty will increase gradually, just like the divine battle thunder drum, which has 9 levels. The passing line is the 5th level, and those below the 5th level will be eliminated. Beyond the 5th level, the higher you go, the more rewards you will get. Similarly, after you pass this God tribulation, there will be many benefits for you. You will know in a while." The simple rules allowed the contestants to know what to do. In fact, it was just a competition to see who could endure more. The stronger one's endurance, the longer one could endure. As for what the reward would be, he would only know after he passed the test. Everyone knew what he meant after hearing that. Following that, they were arranged to find a spacious area to wait in. The deity battle arena before them was extremely spacious. It could even accommodate 1,000 people. It would not be a problem for it to accommodate 100,000 people. It was really too spacious, and the surrounding audience was very far away. Of course, their cultivation was astonishing. No matter how far away they were, they could still see clearly. There was no need to worry about not being able to see clearly. The content of the second stage is a bit different. I've never seen it before. "Nian Xiai," you said worriedly. The difficulty doesn't sound low. Yi Tianyin and the rest should be able to pass it. Everything was hard to say. Even if Yi Tianyin displayed great strength, it did not mean that it would be easy for him to pass the tribulation. As long as it wasn't over, everything was unknown. After everyone was ready, the sky began to change color in an instant. Layers of thick tribulation cloud appeared in front of them. The first to appear was the black tribulation cloud, which looked no different from the black clouds in the thunderstorm outside. Rumble! Dense heavenly lightning rumbled in the clouds, as though it would strike down from above at any moment. Everyone started to be alert. It was about to begin. After the heavenly lightning rumbled, it became thicker and thicker. From the initial size of a finger, it became as thick as a person in the blink of an eye. First stage. As Elder Go Huang's words landed, a thick heavenly lightning smashed down ruthlessly towards every participant below. Not a single one was left out. There was no need to get lucky. The main thing was that the participants below would have to undergo this test. Close to 1,000 thick lightning bolts struck down. The white light flashed, making it hard for people to open their eyes. It was a spectacular sight. Boom! The thick lightning smashed onto Yi Tianyin's body. The densely packed lightning was quickly absorbed into his body, turning into his experience points. Not bad. There are indeed some benefits. Yi Tianyin, who was meditating, smiled. Just by using his body to withstand the lightning, he instantly gained over 100 million experience points. It was comparable to the effect of the sacred hall of life. This was only the first stage. He probably wouldn't be able to absorb as much later, so he could only withstand it. Of course, he didn't need to withstand it himself. His body was enough to withstand it. Boom, boom, boom. The thick, heavenly lightning didn't stop. Instead, it smashed down madly, constantly striking on their bodies. Some used weapons to withstand it, but there were also those like Yi Tianyin who could withstand it with just their bodies. Yi Tianyin looked up. Earth Lord Tianqing was simply sitting there. The heavenly lightning didn't even land on her before it was burned away by the flames around her. Earth Lord Demonic Eye and the others were the same. The energy around their bodies was enough to withstand the heavenly lightning. Yi Tianyin, on the other hand, was in close contact with the heavenly lightning, which was rare. Others couldn't absorb the experience points for themselves like him, so they all chose to resist it outside. However, there were some exceptions. For example, Earth Lord Yunlei, who was a little unhappy with Tianyin, had been absorbing the lightning at a crazy rate. The heavenly lightning was also a great tonic for him, so he naturally absorbed it if he could. Earth Lord Yunlei glanced at him and was a little surprised. This kid, does he also have a lightning attribute constitution? He was a little curious when he saw Tianyin withstanding the heavenly lightning. Soon the first stage was over. A beam of energy descended from the sky and enveloped them. Dense astral power began to flow into their bodies and began to nourish their bodies. This feeling was like a normal heaven's tribulation. It could heal their bodies and strengthen their powers. However, it was different from heaven's tribulation in that it didn't contain any power of laws. Fortunately, it worked well for them. This might be the benefit that Elder Go Huang mentioned. It's indeed very similar to heaven's tribulation. It's quite amazing to be able to simulate it. Tianyin sighed. If he could master this ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to nurture a good disciple. Soon, the second stage was about to begin. They didn't have much time to rest. The originally thick layer of clouds became several times thicker. It was still the same thick heavenly lightning, but the heavenly lightning had suddenly increased by several times, becoming even bigger. Kaboom! The huge lightning continued to hit Tianyin, and he absorbed a little more experience. However, this time he couldn't completely absorb it. The rest was blocked outside and didn't seep into his body at all. Chapter 10:10. More and more powerful bolts of lightning struck down, but Tianyin took them all without any pressure. Only someone with a strong physique dared to do this. The second stage ended quickly. Basically, each stage only lasted for 2 hours. After the end, there would be rewards. First, their injuries were healed, and then some energy was given to them for cultivation. After 2 stages, not a single one of the thousands of participants failed. If they couldn't even withstand the second stage, they would be too ashamed to stay here. Only those who passed the 5th stage could be considered to have passed. If they failed the second stage, it meant that their strength was average. Fortunately, those who passed were the elites of the elites, so they had no problem withstanding it. The 3rd stage. As Elder Go Huang's voice sounded, the clouds in the sky thickened again, and the heavenly lightning intensified again. It was still only at the level of heavenly lightning. Apart from that, there was nothing else. However, just this alone was terrifying enough. The heavenly lightning became thicker, like a giant dragon rolling in the clouds, ready to smash down at any moment. Boom! Another heavenly lightning struck down, and Tianyin still used his body to block it. With a loud bang, the arena was filled with white light, so bright that it was hard to see clearly. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly lightning didn't stop, and it continued to strike down crazily. In fact, the attack frequency was no different from before, but the power was much higher. In the 3rd stage, a few people finally let out a few screams and were turned into charcoal by the heavenly lightning. But they didn't die, just heavily injured, and were teleported away. The moment they fell, they were teleported away, so they wouldn't be hurt a second time. Soon, the 3rd stage ended. More than 100 people disappeared, which meant that more than 100 people were eliminated. The power of the 3rd stage was shocking. Many people failed, and even more people survived. But those who used their bodies to block were few and far between. Only a few people continued to block with their bodies. Does this kid really have a heavenly lightning body? Earth Lord Cloud Thunder was stunned. He had been paying attention to Tianyin the whole time, who knew that he would still use his body to block in the 3rd stage. Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder also used his fleshly body to block. He was curious if Tianyin had a body of heavenly lightning. If he did, then he would be a match for someone with the same constitution. At the same time, Tianyin was being watched by many experts. After all, he was the first in the first round, so they had to pay close attention to him. When they saw that Yi Tianyan's body could withstand 3 stages in a row, they couldn't help but wonder if he had a heavenly thunder physique. Boom! The clouds in the sky pressed down again. The clouds became thicker and thicker, but they didn't go up. Instead, they went down. As the clouds thickened, they felt more and more stifled, and the attacks became closer. At this time, there was still a huge bolt of heavenly lightning. It had doubled again. Could it only imitate tribulation lightning and not tribulation fire? No one hoped that there would be more tribulation fire. It was already quite terrifying to have tribulation lightning all the time. After all, more than 100 people had been eliminated in the 3rd stage. If this continued, who knew how many more would be eliminated? 4th stage. Kaboom! A bolt of lightning the size of a mountain struck down from the sky. Just as it was about to hit the cultivators, it turned into a thin bolt of lightning and bombarded the bodies of many cultivators. The screams were soon covered by the loud thunder. When the white light disappeared, the audience saw that more than 100 people had been eliminated in an instant. It was just one bolt of lightning, and another 100 people had been eliminated. Kaboom! Another bolt of heavenly lightning struck down. The moment it disappeared, which was a moment of relief for the audience, they saw another 100 people had been eliminated. There were less than 1,000 people at first, but in the blink of an eye, almost half of them had been eliminated. There were less than 500 people left. This number was decreasing sharply. The following bolts of lightning continued to fall, and finally, no one was eliminated. Those who could withstand several strikes could completely withstand the rest. At this time, the audience noticed that Yi Tianyan could continue to withstand the attacks of heavenly lightning without any pressure. This situation was the same as Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder. He didn't feel any pressure at all. It should be the body of heavenly lightning. I didn't expect this kid to have the body of heavenly lightning. The 9 region lords were full of jealousy. They didn't expect such a genius to appear in the heavenly mandate sacred realm and beat them. What they didn't know was that Yi Tianyan didn't have the body of heavenly lightning at all. He was just misunderstood. After the 4th stage, the participants had short rest. Energy kept falling to help them recover from their injuries. At this time, there were only more than 400 people left in the field. Such a miserable situation made many of the sacred lands speechless. If some continued to fail, they would be completely eliminated, which was really embarrassing. For example, there were only 3 people left in the heavenly mandate sacred realm. Sima Kong failed in the end. He couldn't withstand it with his strength. Only Yuan Tianyu could. That was not too bad. Only Earth Monarch Sun Shui was left in the 9 regions, and Yu Qingling was left in the Fire Jade sacred realm. They had been proud of themselves, but now they found that only one person was left. If they couldn't even withstand the 5th stage, then everything would be over. By then, they would be reduced to spectators, and their performance in the future would have nothing to do with them. The heavenly mandate domain lord almost laughed out loud. He had 3 people on his side. No matter what, they should be able to pass, right? They only hoped that someone could make it to the top 50 or top 30. It would be great if they could make it to the top 10. If it were in the past, there would be no one left in the heavenly mandate sacred realm. They would be eliminated before they even reached the last stage. Therefore, they were extremely surprised this time. They hoped that Yi Tianyan and the others could make it to the top 30 or even the top 10. Yi Tianyan didn't even bother to look up. He continued to close his eyes and waited for the divine test. The 5th stage. Elder Go Huang announced the 5th stage again. The sky thickened again. The key was that the clouds began to surge with a faint red color. Following that, the red light rolled in the clouds, which meant that the divine test this time had added the calamity fire. As long as they passed this stage, they would be qualified. As expected, the passing stage would be more difficult. Whether they could pass or not depended on this stage. Many participants looked up at the sky and felt the scorching heat of the flames. They didn't even release it, but they could feel the extremely high temperature starting to burn the surface of their bodies. It would be terrible if they were to be flung down. All the region lords and elders were praying in their hearts, hoping that their contestants would be able to make it through this round. Chapter 10:11. Many of the region lords only wanted their disciples to pass. That was a very low requirement. The main thing was that after seeing the difficulty, they knew it was not easy. They all knew the strength of the disciples they sent. Therefore, it was already good enough to ask for a pass, let alone a very high standard. While others are worried about whether they can pass or not, Tianyin is like an old monk meditating, just sitting there, ignoring everything. Boom! Divine thunder and divine fire fused together, forming a huge beam of thunder and fire that bombarded down from the sky. It aimed at every participant, not missing a single one. Boom! When the attack smashed down, there was another loud noise, and the entire divine battleground shook. The screams could not be heard at all, completely covered by the loud noise. Many of the region lords stretched their necks and looked forward, wanting to see if their disciples could pass this test. As the fire quickly disappeared, the number of people in front of them was halved. There were only about 200 people left in front of them, which was almost half of the number of people they had before. Some looked like they could barely hold on, but their bodies were already charred black. However, they quickly took out elixirs and kept stuffing them into their mouths to recover from their injuries. They had to pass the 5th stage, no matter what. The remaining stages did not matter, as long as they could pass the 5th stage. While others were stuffing elixirs into their mouths to recover, a small group of people easily resisted all of this. The sacred fire on earth, Lord Tianqing, burned everything, including the divine thunder and divine fire that came down. It could not hurt her at all. Earth Lord Yunlei was also fine, but he did not dare to use his body to resist anymore. Instead, he put up a thick layer of divine thunder to resist the invasion of the divine fire. He was not afraid of the terrible divine thunder, but the terrible divine fire. The difficulty is not bad. Earth Lord Yunlei and the others could not help but look at Tianyin, and their pupils shrank. This kid still withstood it with his body? The heavenly mandate region Lord was shocked. He thought that Tianyin would use some other ability to resist, but he did it with his body. This was the most shocking part. Previously, he might have been able to resist with his body because he had the body of divine thunder. Now, with the addition of the divine fire, he could still resist it? Protectorate Lord, have you forgotten that he possesses 2 types of demon fires? Nian Ci, you reminded her. Only then did the heavenly mandate region, Lord, remember that Tianyin had 2 kinds of demonic fires. Then there was nothing to be afraid of about the so-called divine fire. This time, a smile appeared on his face. He would definitely pass the 5th stage. Boom, boom, boom. The divine fire and divine lightning struck Tianyin again and again. But Tianyin was able to withstand all of the attacks with ease. He was wearing the evil demon god set and the ancient desolate set. His defense was shocking, so why would he need the heavenly thunder body? Even if the attack seeped into his body, he could absorb it without any pressure. The others were different. Even if they were wearing good armor, if the energy was not expelled in time, it could easily cause problems. Thus, he did not dare to use his physical body to block it unless he could absorb this energy. After 2 hours, the 5th stage finally ended. There were only 150 people left on the field. Unexpectedly, there were only 150 people who passed the test. This result was already quite surprising. At least there were still more than 100 people who could pass such a cruel test. If there were only a few dozen people, it would be embarrassing. We passed, we passed. Many of the contestants cheered. Even if they passed, they would be satisfied. This power was too terrifying. It was good enough to pass, so they did not dare to ask for more. Some people were happy, while others felt that there was nothing to be happy about. For example, the real strong cultivators like Tianqing and Earthly Lord did not feel anything at all. They were all expressionless. Demon-eyed earthly lord looked at the people on the other side and sneered, "A bunch of idiots. You just passed, and you are so happy. No wonder you are a bunch of fools." These geniuses, who were high above, naturally looked down on those who only wanted to pass. In their opinion, these contestants who were so easily satisfied would never reach a higher level in their lifetime. Yi Tianyan opened his eyes slowly. Murong Xiao had persisted, but these tests were not friendly to her. Whether it was the divine thunder or the divine fire, her element was somewhat restrained. However, she still persisted, which was really unexpected. Yuan Tianyu also persisted, but he looked half dead now. He would definitely lose in the next stage. Ling Yunfeng looked relaxed, which meant that his level would not stop here. Yu Qingling also persisted. It had to be said that the few people he had seen could all do it. Big Brother Tianyan, you are so powerful, but you still used your body to resist? Murong Xiao naturally saw it. Yi Tianyun's strength refreshed her view. It's all right. You have to be careful. Yi Tianyan smiled. The clouds in the sky are getting thicker and thicker, more and more pressing down. If this continues, the thickness of the clouds will be pressed down on the ground. Before the contestants could be happy for long, the sixth stage was about to begin. Elder Go Huang would not give them too much time. After all, passing was not the end. The real final stage was the ninth stage. The sixth stage is about to begin. Everyone, please get ready, Elder Go Huang reminded. The contestants, who were originally very happy, all prepared to resist. They wanted to try and see if they could endure through the sixth stage. Rumble! Another color appeared on the clouds in the sky, gold. Without a doubt, this gold color must be metal energy. As expected, there was an additional smear of gold in the rumbling divine thunder. This meant that the divine thunder that could destroy the world was mixed with the power of metal. This made the divine thunder look like an extremely sharp spear, mixed with scorching divine fire. It looked like a spear that was heated red. This level of divine tribulation made their expressions change. The power was much stronger than before. If they were pierced by this spear, wouldn't they be turned into ashes? Yi Tianyan looked up at the sky. His appraisal eye flickered, and the detailed combat power kept jumping. 180,000 star power. Actually, this was nothing. It was too weak for him. But for some Earth monarchs, this was simply a nightmare. Most of them could only burst out a few 100,000 star power, and this was the limit. How could they resist an attack of this level? If I am slightly weaker, I can only stop here. The test here is really too difficult. Yi Tianyan shook his head. It was more than difficult. It was simply insane. Chapter 10:12. The rolling thunder and lightning in the clouds gradually condensed into a divine spear. As it became more and more solid, the pressure on everyone increased. They even felt the fear of death. If they were penetrated, they would indeed be seriously injured. As for death, it was possible. As the power grew stronger, it would naturally be fatal. Everyone's expression became serious, and they did not dare to take it lightly. Only a few people could remain calm in the sixth stage, and Yi Tianyan was one of them. Swish! Like a thunder spear, it suddenly pierced through and wanted to nail the contestants to the ground. Under the terrifying thunder spear, the space began to tremble, and the space was about to be penetrated. Boom! The terrifying attack came crashing down like a huge meteor. The attack that could destroy heaven and earth had finally begun. The dazzling white light filled the entire world. No one could see what was happening inside, as they were all covered by the light. However, existences with powerful cultivations had eyes that were like torches. They saw everything clearly and didn't miss a single detail. The white light quickly disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, there were only 90 people left from the original 150 people. More than half of the contestants were gone. Among the 90 people, more than 50 people were seriously injured and covered in blood. It was obvious that the terrifying thunder spear had almost penetrated them. Among the remaining 40 people, Some were lightly injured and some were uninjured. Those who should be calm were still calm, and there was no problem with them sitting there. The only ones who could behave like this were Tianyun and Earth Lord. They just sat there and resisted. However, from the naked eye, Tianyun was more domineering. He was unharmed and there was no pressure at all. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they saw this. Was he using his body to resist the attack? This caused many contestants to look sideways and feel a little surprised. Not bad. Demon-eyed Earth Lord's eyes twinkled with evil, but he didn't think there was any problem. Some people's skin was very thick, and it was difficult to break through their defense. However, it was only their defense that was strong, and the rest were weak. The 5 elders nodded. They did not feel very surprised, nor did they feel the slightest bit shocked. They were already used to this kind of scene, but they felt that Tianyun's standards were still acceptable. This human youth is pretty interesting. It's been a long time since I've seen such a strong human. The elders of Go Huang nodded and looked at Tianqing. The contestant who can control the holy fire is even more amazing. Everything that approaches is burned into nothingness. Yes, that human youth is not bad, but compared to the possessor of the sacred flame, there's still a big gap. Their defenses are powerful, but when they clash with the flames, everything will cease to exist. They had some appreciation for Tianyin, but they were more appreciative of Heavenly God and Earthly Lord. Boom! While everyone was discussing, the lightning did not give up on condensing. It quickly condensed a second attack. The power was the same as before. It was still the divine spear attack, mixed with powerful penetrative power, enough to pierce through everything. Swish, swish, swish. The attack pressed down fiercely again. The white light continued to shine, and the explosions continued to ring out. There were fewer and fewer contestants. As the 6th stage ended, there were less than 50 people who could continue to sit on it. When the light came down, the contestants finally breathed a sigh of relief. They began to take out a handful of elixirs and stuff them into their mouths to recover quickly. That attack was so terrible. I almost couldn't hold on. Yes, it was so terrible. I felt like I almost died. They were shocked. Fortunately, they had held on, or else they would have lost. To be able to make it to the 7th stage was already a great achievement. There were less than 50 people in the audience. To be precise, there were only 46 people left. Out of hundreds of thousands of contestants, only 46 people were left. It was really cruel. Of course, there were more than 150 people who could successfully enter the 3rd stage. However, if they wanted to perform well in the 2nd stage, they had to continue to hold on. The elders of Go Huang did not announce the rewards, but they knew that they would not be stingy. Moreover, the better the performance, the more likely they were to be selected as disciples. They only said that it was possible to enter the top 100, but it was not absolutely possible. Hence, they had to perform well. Otherwise, they could forget about joining the 5 God Realm factions. These 5 God domains weren't the only grade 2 God domains. There were many other God domains, but only these 5 God domains were willing to accept the mortal world's experts. If they wanted to become a God Realm faction, they could only join through the ascending battle in the God Realm. The other factions could not enter. Obviously, a God Realm faction could reach the ascending battle by flying. However, if one were to casually step in and be discovered, the only outcome awaiting them would be death. It was like humans and dogs could not enter. Cultivators who did not meet the standards could forget about entering. The 7th stage is about to begin. There is no way to guarantee your safety in the next stage. If you are unable to block it, there is a possibility that you will die. Please consider this carefully, Elder Go Huang reminded. The 7th stage was different from the other stages. Its power would definitely double. Hence, if they continued to hold on, they would definitely die. I choose to withdraw. Someone immediately chose to withdraw without any hesitation. They were already on the verge of death in the 6th stage, not to mention the seventh stage. If they died, everything would be for naught. I also choose to withdraw. The surrounding audience did not laugh at them. They felt that it was normal. Not everyone could hold on until the end. As long as they could advance, it was already good enough. The fact that they could hold on until now meant that they were the victors. As more and more people chose to withdraw, only 26 people remained. Once again, the number of people decreased by half. It seemed that there were still quite a number of people who felt that they had reached their limits. How do you feel? Can you still hold on? Yi Tianyan looked at Morong Xiao. It was already quite impressive that she could hold on until this stage. Yu Qingling and the others had already failed. Yuan Tianyu was the same. It was already good enough that they could hold on until this stage. I can still hold on. Morong Xiao nodded with a stubborn expression. She still wanted to hold on for once and recognize her own potential. All right, if you can't hold on, just collapse. Yi Tianyan smiled faintly and did not try to persuade her. He knew that he could not change Morong Xiao's mind. He could only let her continue. Chapter 10:13. After everyone left, Elder Go Huang announced, "Let's begin the seventh stage." As soon as he finished a sentence, another color appeared in the sky, earthy yellow. They added the power of earth to the gods' test. A heavy force pressed down from the sky, making them feel as if there was a mountain on their shoulders. Many of them bent over. They could already feel the immense pressure before it even started. The power of earth seeped into the godly lightning, adding a tinge of earthy yellow to it. This meant that the godly lightning had become stronger, increasing the power of earth. Yi Tianyan looked up at the godly lightning. Its power had indeed doubled, reaching 400,000 points of astral power. Compared to the previous 100,000 points of astral power, this increase was beyond a certain level. Even an ordinary Lord of Heaven wouldn't be able to withstand this terrifying attack. But now it was descending on the Earth Lords. The pressure was immense. Buzz! The giant spear was about to pierce through. The spear had only just appeared, but the pressure had already doubled. Some of them wanted to hold on, but their faces turned pale when they saw the situation. It seemed that they couldn't hold on at all. They would really die. I give up. Some of the participants chose to give up when the godly lightning struck. After all, this was a fatal attack. There's no such thing as giving up once you make a choice. Unless you lose consciousness after the first attack, you'll have to endure it. Elder Go Huang looked at them coldly. I've said it before. You don't have that many choices. Don't think that you can fool us just because you deliberately lose consciousness. Elder Go Huang's words made the participants turn pale. Didn't that mean they had to endure the first attack? Yi Tianyan looked at them and shook his head. This was like entering a dangerous place. Once you entered, you wouldn't be able to get out. Unless you found an exit from another place, you would be trapped inside. Once you tried, you had to take it seriously. There was no way you could go back on your words. The region lords couldn't help but curse out loud. They had thought that their disciples would be able to hold on. So, they just wanted to try and see if they could pass it. Is there such a saying nowadays? He was simply courting death. This would make quite a few region lords a laughingstock, causing them to lose face. Boom! The divine tribulation did not stop. Soon, a bolt of divine lightning struck down heavily. Under the dazzling white light, it took away a small group of people's lives. They were completely blasted into pieces. After the first bolt of lightning ended, 5 people were blasted into smithereens. It was obvious that they had been turned into a pile of meat paste on the ground. This was the cruel reality, a reality that could not be changed. Originally, they could have successfully advanced to the next stage, or at least entered the 3rd stage. But now, forget about the 3rd stage. All their efforts had been for naught. This was what it meant to give it a try. No one pitied or sympathized with them. This was the price they had to pay for not being responsible for themselves. Yi Tianyan glanced at Morong Xiao. Rings of green light were released from her body. She had now transformed into a towering tree. Even if it was just a tree, its defensive power was still terrifying to the extreme. It was able to resist this savage, divine lightning. However, her situation was not ideal either. Many places were injured by the divine lightning, but she could still persevere. Seeing that Murong Xiao was able to persevere, Yi Tianyan smiled. It was not because he had a good impression of her, but because her level was indeed shocking. It was just that among the remaining participants, there were a few that he felt were stronger. Apart from Heavenly God, Earth Lord, the other was Earth, Lord Tega. He was the one with the evil spirit race's bloodline. He did not use his physical body to resist, but rather used his weapons to attack. Every time, it looked like he was having a hard time resisting, but he still managed to persevere. This made him not stand out among so many participants. After all, he did not look powerful, so he did not attract much attention. Now that there were fewer people, someone finally noticed him. They all suspected that this Earth, Lord Tego, was hiding his strength. Others guessed that he was hiding his strength, but Yi Tianyan believed that he was. He could feel that there was a terrifying power in this Earth, Lord Te Ji's body. However, he could only detect it with his appraisal eye. Ordinary senses would not be able to detect it. If there was anyone present who looked powerful and had the power to win, Earth Lord Tego was undoubtedly one of them, and the other was Earth Lord, Heavenly God Earth Lord. As for the others, they were completely insignificant. What Earth Lord Demon Eye? What Earth Lord Cloud Thunder? They did not have any power to speak of. They were powerful, but to him, they were not as mysterious as the other two. Soon, the seventh stage of the divine lightning finally ended. Yi Tianyan still used his physical body to resist, and the others also used their powerful strength to resist the seventh stage. However, there were only a dozen people left, and the number of people was reduced by half again. It's finally over. Many people heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts and quickly recovered from their injuries. At this time, the ground was already scorched black, and there was no place that was unharmed. It was enough to show how tragic it was. Not bad. Congratulations on enduring the seventh stage. If so, you can choose to withdraw now or choose to stay, Elder Go Huang continued. Immediately, some people chose to withdraw, and the number of people decreased from 12 to 8. Among them, Murong Xiao chose to leave. Big Brother Tianyan, do your best. I'm already at my limit. Murong Xiao's face was pale. It was quite amazing that he could endure until now. Yi Tianyan nodded, and Murong Xiao left. Even Ling Yun, Peak, chose to leave this place. There were only a few people left, and all the experts present saw it. Among them were Earth Lord, Heavenly God, Earth Lord, Yi Tianyan Earth, Lord Demon Eye, Earth Lord Tego, Earth Lord Cloud Thunder, and 3 unknown participants. Yi Tianyan did not know the 3, but they were not weak. However, they did not have any interaction with him, so he did not bother to pay attention to them. However, apart from Yi Tianyan, the rest of the people who could stay here were Earth Lord 7 refinements and above. The strongest was Earth Lord, Heavenly God, Earth Lord 8 refinements. Next is the 8th stage, and its power will be even more shocking. Elder Go Huang looked at them and said, "It's quite amazing that you can endure until now. This is the range that only the Lord of Heaven can resist. Of course, to be able to endure until the 7th stage, in our opinion, is only a beginner." Chapter 10:14. Many of the failed participants paled when they heard that. Didn't that mean they couldn't even reach the beginner level? If they couldn't even reach the beginner level, how could they join the 2nd grade God realm? Wasn't that saying that they couldn't join the 2nd grade God realm in advance? Their eyes were filled with disappointment and sadness. They had worked so hard for so long, yet they couldn't even reach the threshold. Just reaching the beginner level doesn't mean that those who didn't make it to this stage will be rejected. I just want to say that according to the standards of our God realm, This is just reaching the beginner level. Elder Go Huang smiled. Everyone has different standards, but it doesn't mean you don't have a chance. You can still join our God realm to cultivate. I just want to make it clear that you think you have the right to be arrogant, but in our God realm, you are only at the beginner level. After saying so much, he just wanted to make it clear that they shouldn't be arrogant or complacent. If they thought that they were strong because they passed the 6th stage or the 7th stage, they shouldn't be arrogant. Elder Go Huang's declaration that they were only at the beginner level was equivalent to pouring a bucket of cold water on them to calm them down. Everyone finally understood what Elder Go Huang meant. He just didn't want them to be arrogant. The 8th stage, prepare to begin. Elder Go Huang didn't say much. After he finished speaking, a new color appeared in the thick clouds, green. It was a shade of green, as if it was full of vitality. However, they didn't feel any vitality at all. They only felt a special force trying to extract the vitality from their bodies and suck them dry. Is it the power of wood this time? Yi Tianyun's eyes flickered. If he didn't guess wrong, the next stage would be the power of water. The power of the 5 elements only appeared later. They were all stacked in the divine lightning, becoming more and more powerful. As the power of the 5 elements increased, they formed a mutually reinforcing state. How could the power not be terrifying? His combat power doubled again, reaching more than 800,000 points of star power. In other words, was it really prepared for an Earth Lord? The problem was that it was prepared for an Earth Lord. Elder Go Huang wasn't lying. To them, this power was only at the beginner level. Under the same level of cultivation, a grade 2 God Realm cultivator would far surpass a grade 1 God Realm cultivator. It wasn't that they were too strict, it was just that judging by the standards, those who couldn't meet the standards would be eliminated. This is already the 8th stage. Can he still use his physical body to resist? This was what many people thought of Yi Tianyan. Such a terrifying power, mixed with so many attributes. If he did not resist it, once it invaded his body, it would undoubtedly cause great harm. If he still uses his physical body to resist, your heavenly mandate divine region will have one less participant, the 9 region Lord said with a smile. You don't have to worry about this, 9 region Lord. I think he knows what he is doing, the heavenly mandate region Lord quickly retorted, not giving face to the 9 region Lord. Didn't you hear Lord Go Huang's words? He wants them to not be too arrogant and to learn to fight steadily and surely. You've been using your physical body to block the attacks just to show off and attract more people's attention. The 9 region Lord shook his head and sneered. This is a good way to attract people. Maybe he is already an arrow at the end of its flight and can't hold on any longer. Is that so? Even if he can't hold on, at least he has made it to the 8th stage. I wonder how long the people sent by the 9 region Lord can last? The heavenly mandate region Lord immediately embarrassed himself. To be fair, our people won't be able to last long in this stage. But that doesn't mean they're weak. The 9th region's domain leader sneered. It looks like your people really want to use their physical bodies to block the attack. Once they die, everything will be in vain. Everyone looked over. Yi Tianyan was still not ready to fight and was still meditating in the same place. Of course, Tianqing and Earthly Lord were also meditating in the same place. The others all stood up and were ready to fight. Tianqing and Earthly Lord still had the sacred fire surrounding him. What could Yi Tianyan have? He didn't release any energy, and he looked very normal, as if he was meditating normally. Boom! The God's tribulation did not care whether Yi Tianyan was ready or not. The next moment, it smashed down heavily on the contestants. The power soared into the sky, and the terrible energy tornado swept around. However, it hit the thick shield and made a pa-pa-pa sound. It could not break the thick shield. Everyone stared at it without blinking, wanting to see what happened to Yi Tianyan. In the 8th stage, Yi Tianyan became the protagonist. Because he dared to use his physical body to resist, How could he not attract attention? After the light disappeared, what appeared in front of everyone's eyes was still that undamaged body. Yi Tianyin's body was covered with lightning, but it only left a mark on the surface of his body. Soon, it gradually disappeared and he was not hurt at all. What? Everyone was shocked by this scene and stood up. Could the seventh stage be played like this? After such a terrible divine thunder penetrated his body, he did not feel any pressure at all? In fact, Yi Tianyin had already felt a little hurt, but only a little. The terrifying defense set, coupled with the terrifying defense of the dragon god's bloodline, was enough to stand above everyone here. All along, he had been most proud of his physical defense. If his defense was strong enough, what kind of attack would he have to worry about? It's not over yet. I don't believe that this kid will still use his physical body to resist. The Nine-Region Lord gritted his teeth. Soon they were disappointed. Countless divine thunder smashed down, but Yi Tianyin absorbed it all. Apart from the power that was too strong to be absorbed, almost half of the energy was absorbed into his body and turned into experience points. It could be said that this was feeding him experience points. How could he not use his physical body to resist? As he continued to resist, he felt that he could break through to the level of the seventh refined Earth Lord. He only needed a little more experience to break through. Of course, this little more experience was still calculated in tens of billions, which was much less than the original total experience. The eighth stage was over, and Yi Tianyin was only slightly injured. Everyone was speechless. Elder Go Huang squinted at Yi Tianyin, and so did the other elders. Their previous judgment was that Yi Tianyin could not continue like this, but now they were wrong. Yi Tianyin could still resist with his physical body. Chapter 1015. The fact that Yi Tianyin could withstand the eighth stage with his body was beyond everyone's expectations. This was the late stage of the eighth stage. How could it be played like this? It feels good. If I hadn't improved, I wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Yi Tianyin twisted his neck and quickly absorbed the energy that remained in his body. The tyrannical energy ran amok in the planets in his body, destroying many of them. This was why he didn't dare to move the people from the three realms in. If they did, they would be seriously injured by this kind of attack. The planets in his body were like this. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled everywhere. It was not a problem to solve it. The problem was that if someone stayed on the planets, they would be turned to ashes by the impact of this attack. The cultivators in the three realms were not strong enough. This was an attack that even an ordinary Lord of Heaven couldn't withstand. If the cultivators from the three realms were here, they would definitely die. Under his care, the damaged areas on the planets in his body were quickly repaired. There was no problem at all. Many people were still shocked by Yi Tianyin's performance. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Others had to risk their lives to resist. Yi Tianyin just sat there and used his body to resist. His defense was really abnormal. This power is really terrifying. I wonder if he can withstand it in the final stage. In the final stage, he must get up to resist. That's his last strength. He can't continue to resist with his body. Someone immediately concluded that Yi Tianyin would definitely get up to resist in the final stage. Otherwise, he would definitely be split in half. If he was like Tianqing and Earthly Lord, it would not be a problem to use the sacred fire to resist. However, the two were completely different. Both were sitting on the ground, but one was using the sacred fire and the other was using his body. The difference was like heaven and earth. Tianqing, who didn't pay much attention to all of this, locked his eyes on Yi Tianyin's situation. It's a little interesting. I thought this duel was not interesting at all. Tianqing closed his eyes again. The moment he closed his eyes, there was a little more interest in his eyes. Earth Lord Tegu was also sizing up Yi Tianyin with greed in his pitch-black eyes. There was no need to mention Earth Monarch Demon Eye, as he was also shocked by Yi Tianyin's situation. They all knew how terrifying the eighth stage was, but Yi Tianyan was still able to withstand it. It was evident how strong his defense was. No wonder you dare to talk back to me. So you have some ability. Demon Eye Earth Monarch's eyes were filled with killing intent. This made him feel threatened. Earth Lord Cloudy Thunder didn't utter a word as he stared fixedly at Yi Tianyan. As for the other three, they were eliminated in the 8th stage. Only the 5 of them were left in the arena, and they were the top 5. This could be considered to determine the qualifications of the top 5. To be able to withstand such a terrifying power was enough to prove that they were not simple. All right. The Heavenly Mandate region Lord only said, "Good," and did not say anything else. What else was there to say about all this? This is the best result in the history of our Heavenly Mandate region, isn't it? Nian Xiu and the others were all excited. They felt that everything was like a dream and not real. They had always been at the bottom, but suddenly they had made it to such a high level. This time they felt that they had really picked up a treasure. A super genius suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and he didn't even need to train them. Even if he was a ready-made genius, he had successfully obtained such a high honor. The 9th stage. Elder Go Huang announced the next stage and explained at the same time, "This is the last stage. If you can withstand it and pass, you will get the greatest honor. You don't even need to participate in the 3rd stage to become a disciple of any of the 5 divine realms." When this announcement was made, the crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. They didn't expect that passing the 9th stage would directly get a place to join the divine realms. Wasn't this reward a little too much? They didn't even need to pass the 3rd stage to directly join the 5 divine realms, and they could choose at will, according to the normal process. Even if they had an okay result, they couldn't choose at will. They could only let these divine realms choose, and the gap was obvious. But on the other hand, didn't it mean that the 9th stage was already unbelievably terrifying? If that wasn't the case, Elder Go Huang would never say so. As expected, Elder Go Huang continued to add, "The 9th stage is the most difficult, unprecedentedly difficult. It is many times more difficult than the 8th stage. Now I solemnly remind you that if you should give up, you should give up. If you force yourself to continue, you will die. Of course, in this 9th stage, I will give you a chance to regret. If you feel that you can't do it, you can choose to give up." They had never enjoyed such preferential treatment before, which was enough to show how cautious they were. After hearing what Elder Go Huang said, everyone looked serious. It seemed that the 9th stage was not easy. Is there anyone who wants to give up now? Elder Go Huang glanced at them. No one chose to give up. After all, they could choose to give up immediately. No matter what, they wanted to see how terrifying the 9th stage was. Since no one wants to give up, then we can start now. The 9th stage soon appeared in front of them. The clouds were no exception. There was an additional layer of light blue. This meant that there was an additional power of water. The power of water was placed last, and then integrated into the gods' tribulation. As soon as it integrated, the power of the 5 elements in the sky completely integrated. Soon, the thick clouds began to gradually solidify. From the originally thick clouds, it became thinner and thinner. It was not getting thicker and thicker, but thinner and thinner. As the clouds became more and more solid, a huge 5-element square array was formed in the sky. After the 5-element square array was spread out, it began to form mutually reinforcing layers. Under the interlocking, the power stacked layer by layer, becoming more and more powerful. Layer after layer of energy began to circulate, circling round after round. An even more terrifying divine thunder condensed in the sky, and more shadows appeared. This shadow was the shadow of Elder Go Huang. It was unexpected that Elder Go Huang personally enhanced it. How could its power be ordinary? Boom! A bone-chilling sound of thunder rang out in the sky. Elder Go Huang's shadow held a huge divine thunder in his hand, and the power of the 5 elements was integrated into the divine thunder. At this moment, Elder Go Huang seemed to have turned into a god of thunder, and he was above everyone else. This is indeed the last stage. Its power is indeed terrifying. Yi Tianyun's appraisal eye kept flashing, and the power of the thunder cloud skyrocketed, reaching more than 2 million astral power in an instant. This was already the limit of the third or fourth stage of the Lord of Heaven. No wonder it was said that if one could withstand this attack, he or she would be able to enter the divine realm. Chapter 10:16. The power of the last stage was immediately displayed in front of everyone. This was a brand new trial, causing many of the elders to be shocked. They had never experienced this kind of trial before. The test was so difficult that they would have to be careful. After all, the energy waves had reached the third or fourth stage of the Lord of Heaven. It was terrifying to think about. Could an Earth Lord really withstand it? Yi Tianyun squinted at the ninth stage of the God's test. The power was getting stronger and stronger, and it could still go up. This level of power caused the faces of Earth, Monarch Demon Eye, and the others to turn pale. This had already exceeded the limits of what they could endure. Their cultivation was good, but it did not mean that they were invincible. However, they did not choose to give up. They still wanted to withstand it. After all, once they passed it, it would be equivalent to joining a second-grade god realm. How could they miss out on something that was filled with temptation like this? It seems that no one has chosen to give up. However, you will still be allowed to be moved out if you are knocked unconscious. Elder Go Huang would not be so heartless. He still gave them a chance to try. If they couldn't withstand it, they would be teleported out and wouldn't have to endure the attacks from below. The 5 people present were ready. At this moment, Earth Lord Demon Eye stood up. It was enough to show that the power was too strong. She had to take it seriously. The others looked at Yi Tianyun. They wondered if Yi Tianyun would block it with his body. Yi Tianyun shook his head and chose to stand up. Even if he had a good physique, he still felt a little pressured when facing more than 2 million star power. Of course, this was based on the fact that he did not use the crazy damage mode. If he used the crazy damage mode, it would not be a big deal. However, after he used it, it would be equivalent to counterattacking. He was not using his body to block it. When everyone saw that Yi Tianyun stood up and was ready to block it, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. It would be strange if he could continue to block it with his body. What's wrong? You don't want to block it with your body? Where's your backbone from before? Is it all gone now? Demon-eyed Earth Monarch mocked from the side. He wanted to infuriate Yi Tianyun so that he would continue to use his physical body to resist. If he died, it would be the best ending for him. When did I say that I was going to use my body to block? If you want to die, I won't play with you. Moreover, I have already withstood 8 stages. Why don't you try using your physical body to withstand the first 8 stages? Yi Tianyun retorted indifferently and blocked Earth Monarch Demon Eye. Demon-eyed Earth Emperor was speechless. He wanted to retort, but he couldn't find any words to retort. He could only pray that Yi Tianyun was struck to death. Boom! In the void, Elder Go Huang held a bolt of divine thunder in his hand. When they were ready, he threw it down ruthlessly. In an instant, the lightning struck the center of the arena, not targeting any of the participants. If it were to hit them directly like before, basically no one would be able to block it. After the divine thunder exploded in the center, the densely packed 5 elements lightning split into countless bolts and attacked Yi Tianyun and the rest in waves. It's coming. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They quickly waved the weapons in their hands to block it. The defensive equipment that they were wearing was activated to the maximum. Demon-eyed Earth Emperor and the rest pushed their power to the maximum. Demon-eyed Earth Emperor even turned into a giant python with thick scales on his body, releasing a cold and gloomy aura. He aimed at the lightning that swept over and spat out a black light pillar to block this terrifying power. Boom! Demon-eyed Earth Emperor's attack was immediately dispersed. He didn't even have time to react before he was engulfed by the lightning. The moment his consciousness completely disappeared, he was teleported out of the arena. When he appeared in the safe zone, the rescue team immediately came to treat him. They saw that the domineering, demon-eyed Earth Emperor had now returned to his real body. His body was already covered with cuts and bruises. Under the sharp lightning, his body was charred black and he almost lost his limbs. It was already quite good that he could withstand the first attack. Then another figure appeared next to him. It was demon-eyed Earth Emperor Yunlei. His domineering god of thunder power was also dispersed by the attack. Now his body was twitching and a large part of his body was charred black. But his situation was slightly better than demon-eyed Earth Emperor's. Overall, he was still defeated. The first attack had killed them instantly. It didn't even hit them directly. It was just the energy that was released to bombard them. Just this alone was already too much for them to bear. In the blink of an eye, the two Earth Emperors who were close to him were defeated. Fire will suppressing the world. 3 flames circled Earth Emperor Qingqing's beautiful eyes. With her extremely fast hand gestures, 3 huge sacred flames appeared around her. At the same time, they quickly turned into 3 huge flaming petals and enveloped her. She didn't need to attack forcefully. It was fine as long as she could withstand these tests. There was no need to break them. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 elements lightning kept bombarding the petals. Under the impact of layer after layer, the petals were quickly worn down and began to wither. The smooth surface of the petals was riddled with holes under the attack. Earth Emperor Qingqing kept making hand seals to quickly repair the petals that were protecting her. She wasn't affected too much. Earth Emperor Tai Ji's body released a black light that was like a black hole. It frantically devoured the lightning that was coming at him, devouring as many as came. Such a demonic martial art attracted the attention of many people. There were many cultivators who cultivated evil martial arts, so this wasn't a big deal. There was nothing wrong with cultivating evil martial arts. As long as they were strong enough, they could still be accepted as disciples. Earth Emperor Tai Go continued to absorb the power of the lightning in a relatively strong state, but there was a limit to how much he could absorb. He quickly turned into a huge black hole that absorbed the energy and released it, thus achieving the effect of resisting the lightning. Both of them displayed their abilities with their astonishing abilities. Unlike demon-eyed Earth Emperor and demon-eyed Earth Emperor Yunlei, who were instantly killed, they had already used all their skills. If they couldn't even withstand this, they would really lose. Yi Tianyan didn't fall behind either. Facing the 5 elements lightning that was like a tornado, his eyes released an extreme black light. Evil demon god set, activate. In the next moment, he turned into a huge evil demon god and, under everyone's astonished gazes, slammed into the ground. Boom! A thick black light shot into the sky and incinerated the lightning in front of him. The lightning that was coming at him was quickly burned. By the time it was about to hit him, only a small part of it was left. Chapter 1017. Since Tianqing and Earthly Lord had shown their true strength, Yi Tianyan would naturally do the same. The effect of the evil demon god set was completely unleashed. At the same time, he used the ancient desolate suit and the divine dragon bloodline. The power stacked up. The original star power of hundreds of thousands quickly jumped to the star power of 1 million, and it even kept surging towards the star power of 2 million. This was his power. After continuous breakthroughs in his cultivation, his combat ability had improved a lot. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to use his powerful strength to resist the violent lightning attacks. As time passed, the lightning that surged over became more and more concentrated. It constantly pierced through the black flames that he released and struck his body. This overbearing lightning only left a faint mark on Yi Tianyan's body after striking him. However, when the surging power of the 5 elements surged into his body, it still caused him considerable damage. This damage was indeed too overbearing. It was not that easy to resist. Looks like I'm still lacking, Yi Tianyan's dark eyes flashed. The celestial divine spear immediately appeared in his huge hand. He swung it forward quickly. Countless black lights intertwined and formed a dense black net, easily defeating the lightning that kept surging over. For a moment, he was also able to resist the attack of the lightning. He was able to resist it just like the other two. When the crowd saw this scene, they were somewhat speechless. Among them, Earth Lord Taego was the most surprising, because he had been able to resist it for a long time, and now he was still able to resist it. It had to be said that he had hidden himself really well. These three people are really amazing. It would be great if one of them was our disciple. You're thinking too much. These three people are probably external help that they hired. Do you think they train themselves? External help? No way. I remember that the one from the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Realm was not external help, right? They all started discussing and expressed their envy for the Sacred Realm that had such a strong cultivator. If he could stabilize himself, he would undoubtedly pass. Nian, Tsiu watched this scene. As long as everything was not over, she was extremely nervous. If he passed, then everything would be over, and he would directly join the second grade Sacred Realm. He had never had such an honor before. It was already good enough for him to join a grade 2 God Realm, not to mention choosing one as he pleased. Tianyan, you must hold on. Nian Xiai gritted her teeth. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation for Tianyan. If Tianyan could hold on, the Heavenly Mandate Divine Realm would definitely be able to make a comeback. What happened to the other two had nothing to do with them. As long as someone joined, their status and rewards would be theirs, and it would have nothing to do with anyone else. When Elder Go Huang and the rest saw the situation, they were very surprised by the performance of these three people. This batch of rookies is very strong. To think that they have such abilities, it seems like this isn't their limit yet. Elder Go Huang had a whole new level of respect for them. That's right. This is especially the case for that human. The power that he burst forth with is a little peculiar. I wonder how he managed to cultivate it. However, this human isn't from the God domain. The other two were born in the God domain. How could they catch up? Elder Tian Fa was very surprised. There was no need to talk about humans. If they were born in the God domain, they would still have a certain chance of becoming stronger. However, they couldn't understand how Tianyan managed to cultivate to such an amazing level, even though he was born in Fanyu. However, the 9th stage is not so easy to pass. Elder Go Huang looked at them and smiled. Everything was not over yet. Rumble. At this time, the power suddenly increased, and it was a level higher than before. The vast thunder and lightning rushed toward them like tens of thousands of horses galloping. Wherever it went, black marks were left on the ground. The power has increased greatly? Tianyun's eyes flashed. He immediately laughed and said, "As expected, the 9th stage is not so simple." He kept waving the Tianqin divine spear in his hand. Under the medium-grade reincarnation level weapon, black flames were constantly thrown out, bombarding the thunder and lightning. However, as this went on, they gradually felt the pressure increase. This power was getting stronger and stronger. Every bolt of lightning that struck was like a mountain crashing down on them. The Tianqin divine spear in his hand was a little bent. Earth Lord Tianqin was as overbearing as ever. The 3 petals were still tightly wrapped around him, and he continued to resist the thunder and lightning. Even if the power had increased, he could still withstand it. On the other hand, Earth Lord Taego was in a worse situation. The black light that emerged from his body had begun to flicker and become extremely unstable. If this continued, he would definitely fail. He would definitely be able to withstand the original power, but now that the power had increased, the difficulty was immediately different. Even if it was only a few tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of points of star power, it was already the limit. With the addition of a little more power, the effect was immediately different. The power has increased. Can you still withstand it? Nien, Psiu, and the others' faces darkened. They thought that they could pass smoothly, but it seemed that they were too naive. The power could actually increase, and it was completely different from the previous 8 stages. It could change. Humph! With a low grunt, Earth Lord Taego was sent flying and disappeared the moment he fell to the ground. Obviously, he couldn't withstand it. This was beyond what he could bear. Are you giving up just like that? Yi Tianyin kept resisting. His body was charred, and his situation wasn't much better. But in his opinion, Earth Lord Taegu still had more power that he hadn't used. There was no doubt that he still chose to hide his power at this moment and didn't use it completely. I guess he has some plans. Yi Tianyin ignored Lord of Heaven Taego and continued to resist. Even though the power had increased, he wasn't afraid. He also had a critical hit effect. Every 2 attacks would have a critical hit. Under this critical hit effect, the surging lightning was destroyed by his spear, turning into countless light spots and disappearing in the air. Some that weren't destroyed would enter his body and provide him with experience. He was still in a balanced state for a while. As long as his power didn't increase significantly, he could withstand it. In this balanced state, Nian Xiu and the others' hearts were stuck in their throats. They were extremely worried that the power would continue to increase. As for the 9 region lords, they couldn't wait for the power to continue to increase. Obviously, the power wouldn't continue to increase. As time passed, the power became weaker and weaker. Finally, it ended. Chapter 1018. The final stage is over. After the cloud layer disappeared, Elder Go Huang officially announced the end of the 2nd stage of the test. All the participants were dumbfounded. The more they watched, the harder it was for them to close their mouths. The surging energy was still blocked. Now, no one dared to laugh at Yi Tianyin. Even if he was not the first, he was at least the second, standing at the top of hundreds of thousands of geniuses and going through layers of tests. Who dared to laugh at him? Bastard! When Demonite Earth Lord and the others woke up and saw Yi Tianyin standing on the field, they punched the ground hard. They did not expect to be defeated by a human, and they were very unwilling. It was the same for Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder. He was extremely unwilling to accept this, and he was so jealous that he was about to go mad. After all, if they passed the last stage, they could choose any sacred zone to join. What an enviable reward! But the fact was that this was the glory of a king. Earth Lord Tianqing was still calm. The petals wrapped around her disappeared. When she reappeared in front of everyone, she was still so beautiful. There was no injury on her body. Compared with Yi Tianyin, she was really different. After Yi Tianyin recovered, the surface of his body was scorched black. Obviously, he was hurt by the thunder. Of course, it was just a superficial injury, not an internal one. But from the outside, he was indeed a little worse than Earth Lord Tianqing. But he did not care about these things. It was enough that he could pass, regardless of the situation. He used his star power a little, and the scorch on the surface of his body disappeared completely. He looked no different from before. At first, he was a little embarrassed, but at least he passed. He really passed. Nian, Psiu, grabbed the Heavenly Mandate Region Lord's arm excitedly and began to shake it. Father, he passed. Region Lord, he really passed. She was so excited that she let it slip. Fortunately, no one noticed what happened on her side, so she did not know what she had said. The Heavenly Mandate Region Lord was also very excited. It meant that Yi Tianyin had joined the 2nd grade sacred zone in such a strong manner. The 9 region lords were so jealous that they were about to go crazy. Why did such a good thing not happen to them, but to the Heavenly Mandate region? Their people still needed to participate in the 3rd round. Whether or not they would be chosen was still unknown. Now that Yi Tianyin had been chosen, it was already a done deal. There would be no change. Congratulations to the 2 of you for successfully passing the 9th stage of the test. Your abilities are very strong, and your potential is even more extraordinary. Only then did Elder Go Huang acknowledge their abilities. He looked at them with a smile and said, "Now, you can choose any of our 5 divine territories. You can join any divine territory you wish." The 5 elders looked at the 2 of them. Both of them were extremely outstanding geniuses. Compared to the geniuses on their side, they were not much weaker. In fact, they were even slightly stronger. "If you join our God domain, we guarantee that you'll receive better treatment and a better place to cultivate." No, it's to join our God domain. Our God domain is even vaster, with vast lands and abundant resources. If you join us, we'll focus on grooming you. One by one, the elders started to state their advantages so that they could choose their God domain. However, each of the 5 divine territories was very powerful. Among them, the God domain that Elder Go Huang was at was the strongest among the 5 divine territories. If they had to choose, they would undoubtedly choose Elder Go Huang's God domain. Facing the invitations one after another, the contestants at the side were both jealous and envious. They all wanted to have such treatment, but the opportunity was already placed in front of them. It was just that they did not have the strength to seize it. Everyone's opportunities were the same. It was a pity that their strength was insufficient. It was useless even if they were jealous. This kind of honor was only obtained by 2 people. Among the hundreds of thousands of contestants, only 2 obtained it. The cruel elimination rate was truly shocking. Although there was still the 3rd round, the 2nd round eliminated the majority. It was already a cruel reality in front of everyone. Yi Tianyin swept a glance over the 5 divine territories. As for which to choose, he had not considered it yet. Among the 5 divine territories, he had some understanding before. Among them, Elder Go Huang was undoubtedly the strongest. However, Elder Go Huang's God domain was not particularly good for him. For him, if he wanted to join a divine territory, good resources were not enough. The most important thing was the environment. Whether the environment was friendly or not was the key. For example, when he just arrived, there were all kinds of exclusion and discrimination. There was no atmosphere of unity at all. Joining was simply looking for trouble. However, this kind of treatment was limited to good races. With his current situation, he was afraid that he would continue to be excluded. This junior has not thought about it clearly. I want to complete the 3rd round before making a decision. Heavenly Lord spoke at this time. She did not choose immediately. Instead, she planned to participate in the 3rd round. Everyone was stunned. They did not understand what she meant at all. Elder Go Huang had clearly said that as long as one passed the 9th round, there was no need to participate in the 3rd round. Heavenly Lord, I have said before that there is no need to continue after the 9th round. Elder Go Huang repeated, "This junior knows, but I want to participate in the 3rd round to prove my strength." Heavenly Lord smiled slightly. She was beautiful, but in the eyes of many territory lords, she was like a devil. Needless to say, to be able to persist until the 9th round, there was no one who could withstand her attack. Basically, anyone who met her would die. Now, she actually wanted to force a fight. Did she want to drag a bunch of people down from their high horses? The key was that her words were reasonable and no one could refute her. Elder Go Huang was stunned. They made this decision mainly because they did not want to break the balance. Those who could endure the 9th round were definitely not weak. Whoever met her would fail. This was simply bullying. Agree with her. It is equivalent to acting according to the previous plan. Elder Heavenly Wrath said, "That's fine. This is not a problem." Elder Go Huang nodded and immediately turned to look at Yi Tianyin and asked, "What about you? Which territory, Lord, will you choose?" Heavenly Lord, Earthly Lord could choose to continue, and Yi Tianyin could choose not to participate. There was no relationship between the two. When Yi Tianyin was about to speak, Demonite Earth Lord suddenly shouted at him, "Don't leave if you dare! Fight with me! Even if you can endure the 9th round, it does not mean that you can do it in other aspects. Yes, don't leave if you dare. Cloud, thunder, earth, Lord shouted. He also did not want to watch Tianyin leave. Even if he lost, he would fight with Tianyin. Heavenly Lord, earthly Lord, I think you will stay and fight, right? Heavenly Lord, earthly Lord smiled at him and pointed to the side. Chapter 10:19. Heavenly Lord Earth, Lord actually knew Tianyin's plan. Did he want to intercept Earth, Lord Tego? Tianyin quickly denied this idea. It was obvious that Heavenly Lord Earth, Lord noticed his situation, but he paid more attention to Earth, Lord Tego. Tianyin did pay more attention to Earth, Lord Tego, and he often glanced at Earth, Lord Tego. Tianyin paid more attention to Earth, Lord Tego, and he often glanced at Earth, Lord Tego. Even though he didn't know Earth, Lord Teji's situation, he didn't want Earth, Lord Tegu to join the 5 major divine realms. Nian Xiu and the others were startled. This was a great opportunity. Why would they choose to continue to the 3rd stage? If they chose Elder Go Huang directly, then they could directly join the 2nd grade divine realm. If he directly chose Elder Go Huang, he would be able to join a grade 2 god realm right away. He wouldn't have to go through all the complicated procedures. Of course, no matter how you perform in the 3rd stage, the result will not change. You can still choose any divine realm you want. Our promise will not change. Elder Go Huang added, you can still choose any god domain you want. Our promise will not change. Elder Go Huang added, that's right. You can still choose any divine realm you want. There won't be any special factors. Elder Go Huang added. Nian Xiu and the others were relieved. If something happens in the 3rd stage, at least the result will not change. Of course, there is a special factor, and that is he died in the 3rd stage. Since he died, he naturally can't join the divine realm. Successfully accepted the side quest. Win the 1st place in the divine realm battle to heaven. Reward: 1 trillion EXP, 10 million crazy points, 10 million proficiency points, and 1 divine realm lottery roulette ticket. The appearance of the side quest gave him a feeling that he hadn't felt for a long time. He only had the main quest now, which is to help him break through to 9th grade Earth Lord. Now that there is an additional side quest, it gives him a little reward. It seems that you are very concerned about my situation. Tianyin sent a voice transmission to Heavenly Lord Earth Lord. I just happened to see you. I saw that you were paying attention to Earth Lord Tega. Of course, I'm also paying close attention to him. I can feel an evil aura from him that makes me feel very uncomfortable. But I'm more interested than fighting with you, Heavenly Lord replied indifferently. Tianyin could see that her eyes were filled with a raging battle intent. She was a warmonger. Could it be that you chose to stay because you want to fight me? Tianyin said helplessly. Don't think too highly of yourself. I'm just a little interested in you. As for my real purpose, Tianqing smiled and said, it's not a good thing for a human like you to know too much. Tianyin's eyes narrowed. These words were truly piercing to the ear. It seemed like in her eyes he was merely someone who was passing by and wanted to casually strike a blow. 1st place, he roughly guessed what was going on. Tianqing must have some task or been ordered to come here to win 1st place. It was very likely that in his heart he did not want to join any god realm faction at all. In essence, he was here to seize 1st place. But why did he do this made him a little curious. This made him look at the god realm where Tianqing was at, Spirit Heart Realm. When he looked over there, all of them were expressionless, as if they did not feel much about Tianqing's actions. Is he using this Spirit Heart Realm as a springboard to do something? Tianyin began to feel that something was wrong. He followed him to look at the god realm where Earth Lord Turge was. Although they were excited, they did not seem to be on the same level as Nian Xiu. Nian Xiu and the others were excited enough. As for them, they did not seem to be very happy after obtaining a good result. Either they were threatened or the rewards were not going to go to them. It was useless to be happy. This was just like Morong Shao. Although Nian Xiu and the others were happy, they would definitely not be as happy as they were for him. After all, Morong Shao had obtained a good result, but most of the rewards were not going to them. How could they be happy? External help was external help after all. It was just a little bit of face for them. However, the outside world would only see it as external help and would not think that it was cultivated by them. After all, external help could be invited as long as there was money. No matter how he thought about it, he could not think of a reason and felt that something was wrong. But after thinking about it, he did not think too much about it. One thing was certain: Tianqing and Earth Lord Turge did not have any relationship. It was not a cooperative relationship. Just this point was enough for him. There was no need to think too much about it. I will now announce the rewards. Those who pass the 7th stage will be able to choose a mid-grade reincarnation grade treasure. Those who pass the 8th stage will be able to choose a high-grade reincarnation grade treasure. Those who pass the 9th stage will be able to choose any god realm in addition to choosing a high-grade reincarnation grade treasure. At the same time, they will be able to enter Heaven Pilfering's sacred ground to cultivate for a month. Only those who reached the 7th stage would be able to receive rewards. The rewards were very generous. Reincarnation grade treasures seemed to be free. Only 2nd grade god realms could afford them. Heaven Pilfering Sacred Ground. There are rewards from Heaven Pilfering Sacred Ground. Heaven Pilfering Sacred Ground. What is this place? You don't even know about Heaven Pilfering Sacred Ground? As the name suggests, Heaven Pilfering Sacred Ground steals energy from the heavens and allows one to cultivate for a long time. I am not sure about the specifics, but it is a very shocking place. It is a common cultivation ground in the 5 god realms. Even they can only send a few of their disciples to cultivate there. There is such a thing. They started to discuss. Some knew about it, some did not. Heaven Pilfering Sacred Ground. It sounds a bit strange. Yi Tianyan shook his head. It seemed that the rewards were not small. He would be able to get another high-grade, reincarnation grade treasure later. Previously, he had to risk his life to get high-grade, reincarnation grade treasures. But here, he was giving them away as if they were free. Immediately after, the temple was summoned again. They all rushed in to get their rewards. Yi Tianyan also followed in. The moment he entered, he saw Earth Lord Demon Eye standing at the door, obviously waiting for him to come in. You have some strength, but don't think that you can win the battlefield just because you passed the 9th stage. Earth Lord Demon Eye sneered. It seems that you know the content of the 3rd stage? Yi Tianyan said indifferently. Of course I know. The content that will never change is the battle. Earth Lord Demon Eye sneered. There are many changes on the battlefield. This can show one's strength. Being attacked continuously is not a skill. Chapter 1020. Yi Tianyan felt that Earth Lord Demon Eye's words were hilarious. He was least afraid of this kind of battle. He felt that he would not lose to anyone in terms of battle experience. Even though his bone age was relatively low, he fought his way up from the bottom of the 3 realms. He had been through actual battles all along the way, and there was never any sparring to speak of. It was a life and death battle the moment he stepped onto the stage, and there was no chance to surrender. That's right, a battle. Earth Lord Demon Eye's snake eyes flickered with cold, murderous intent. This is the stage of a true genius. Only being able to endure and take a beating is not a skill. By then you will be like a target in front of me, and I can squash you at will. Is that so? I am looking forward to it. I have always hoped that someone could squash me. Yi Tianyan smiled and walked inside. He could not be bothered with him anymore. Earth Lord Demon Eye's eyes were cold as he stared at Yi Fuqian's back. He flicked out his snake tongue and looked completely like a human-shaped snake. He had the bloodline of a snake, and it was not an ordinary bloodline. He was good at using poison. Many things could only be used in a battle. For example, No matter how terrifying the poison was, it was useless in the second stage. It could not possibly poison the divine lightning to death, right? They were not good at some things, but they would not lose to anyone in a battle. To them, a battle was the place to prove themselves. After all, no matter how powerful a genius was, if he died in their hands, he would not be a genius but a fool. As soon as Yi Tianyin entered, Morong Shao patted his shoulder and said in surprise, "Big brother Tianyin, you are too amazing. You even made it through the 9th stage. There are only 2 people who can make it to the 9th stage." Luck. Yi Tianyin smiled. "Luck my ass. Why don't I have this luck?" Morong Shao curled his lips. "Now, I can obtain another superior grade, reincarnation grade treasure. I am so envious. Is that so? I think it's okay." Immediately after, Ling Yunfeng also came over to congratulate Yi Tianyin, expressing his admiration for Yi Tianyin. Being able to endure the 9th stage, how could he be weak? After saying a few words to them, he did not choose any weapon. Instead, he chose a high-grade, reincarnation, grade Dharma treasure. As for weapons, he did not have much feelings for them. Treasures were still his priority. After all of them had made their selections, the Temple of Light was recruited back. At this moment, the atmosphere gradually became oppressive. Many people's gazes were fixed on Yi Tianyin. If they could defeat Yi Tianyin, it would undoubtedly increase their bargaining chips. If they could defeat Yi Tianyin, who had survived the 9th stage, they would definitely be able to achieve meteoric success. As for Tianqing and Earthly Lord, they did not dare to think too much. Yi Tianyin seemed a little easier to deal with. Tianqing and Di Jun faced the 9th stage of the test as easily as drinking water. There was no pressure at all. Yi Tianyin felt the gazes around him, but he did not care at all. Elder Go Huang glanced at the crowd. The 5 great elders had discussed with each other before, and their eyes were a bit mischievous, as if they were plotting something. After the discussion of the 5 great elders, the 3rd stage is a competition. This has always been the same process. The point is that this time there are 2 more contestants who have survived the 9th stage. If any of you fight against them and defeat one of them, you can also choose any deity realm to join, and you will be rewarded by stealing from heaven and earth. When Elder Go Huang announced this, the remaining more than 100 contestants were immediately in an uproar. Their gazes once again focused on Yi Tianyin and Tianqing and Earthly Lord. Among them, there were more gazes gathered on Yi Tianyin. They felt that Yi Tianyin was easier to deal with. God is on my side. If I defeat him, I can prove my strength. Demon-eyed Earthly Lord's eyes turned cold. He felt that this was an opportunity. He was not the only one who thought so. Even Yuan Tianyu thought so. They were all thinking about how to plot against Yi Tianyin. In a competition, any attack was not too much. As long as it could defeat the opponent, it would be the best move. It seems that you have become popular. Everyone wants to defeat you. Morong Shao teased him from the side. Brother Tianyin, if you meet me in the future, please let me go and admit defeat. In this way, I can easily join the 5 great divine realms. If you meet me, I will definitely let you go. Yi Tianyin smiled. You said it yourself. If you ever meet me, remember to surrender immediately. Morong Shao said with a smile. No problem. Yi Tianyin smiled. He knew that these old and cunning elders would not make such an arrangement. Next, let's arrange your next opponents. Elder Go Huang waved his hand. More than 150 rays of light descended from the sky and landed in their hands. Each of them had a token with the corresponding number engraved on it. Your opponents are the same number as the number on your token, Elder Go Huang explained. Yi Tianyin looked at the token in his hand. The number 59 foot was written on it. At the same time, he sensed something. When he looked up, his opponent was very familiar, Yu Qingling. He did not expect that his first opponent would be Yu Qingling, the representative of the Fire Jade God realm. Yu Qingling also looked over. Her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of pleasant surprise, but there was even more determination. She felt that her chance had come. Young Master Tianyin, if you admit defeat, I will be at your disposal. I will do whatever you want me to do. I can serve you for 1,000 years. In 1,000 years, I will do whatever you want. Her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of temptation, tempting him with the simplest and crudest conditions. Serve me for 1,000 years? Yi Tianyin smiled. That's right. If young Master Tianyin is still not satisfied, you can continue to increase the time. During this time, you can do whatever you want of me. Her enchanting eyes seemed to be dripping water. They looked extremely alluring. No, it seems like you misunderstood me. I just said that 1,000 years is too long. I feel like I'm going to vomit if you serve me for a day. Yi Tianyin looked at her coldly and transmitted his voice. If I keep you by my side for 1,000 years, I probably won't even need to cultivate anymore. Serve whoever you want to serve. Don't look at me with those disgusting eyes. Yu Qingling trembled with anger. She had already gone all out. She had already paid a huge price to lock herself by a person's side for 1,000 years. Who knew that Yi Tianyin would not buy it? Instead, he felt that she was disgusting. How could someone as beautiful as her endure this? Chapter 10:21. After knowing their opponents, they all came to the fighting ring and were ready to start. I drew Lord Qingtian. One of the opponent's legs were trembling. He really did not expect that his opponent would be Lord Qingtian. This was a situation of certain death. The others looked at him with sympathetic gazes. Who would have thought that they would get Heaven Atlas? Everyone prayed in their hearts that they would not meet Heaven Atlas or Yi Tianyin. Some of the contestants knew their limits, and naturally did not dare to go against Yi Tianyin. If he were to face them head-on, he would definitely die. Buzz! At this time, the shield began to rise and wrapped around the contestants. As the arena was very large, it was not a problem to divide it into more than 70 areas. Moreover, it was very spacious. If you want to admit defeat, you must escape from the battle area. If you are sent flying or escape on your own, you will be eliminated. Elder Go Huang explained the general rules of the duel. During the duel, no matter what kind of move, weapon, or method you use, there is no taboo at all. All you need to do is to win the duel. This rule was like a demon in their hearts, filling their hearts, especially since no matter what method they used, as long as they could win, they would be the king. The last point is about the reward. Those who can get into the top 10 will definitely be able to join our 5 major divine realms. Of course, we chose you, not the other way around. Elder Go Huang said in a deep voice. Within the top 20, there is at least a 50% chance that we will choose you. Of course, no matter what the final ranking is, you will receive a certain reward. As for the reward, it will depend on your final performance. Now the battle officially begins. With Elder Go Huang's announcement, the battle officially began. Every divine realm paid attention to the situation of the contestants they sent out. Some of the contestants sent out by the divine realms had all failed. This meant that they could only sit here and watch the battle. This was undoubtedly the most pitiful. Others won the honor, but they could only watch and envy. I'm sorry, but your Fire Jade God Realms representative is now facing our representative. It's only the first round, and you're going to be eliminated. What a pity. The Heavenly Mandate Region Lord was extremely pleased and couldn't help but mock the Fire Jade Dominion. Previously, he had been ridiculed by them. Now he could finally slap them in the face. The battle isn't over yet. Nothing has been decided yet. Heavenly Mandate Region Master, it is better not to be too full of yourself about some things. Your people have performed well before, but if they are not up to standard, they will be very powerful in the competition. The Fire Jade Region Master naturally would not admit defeat. He had to stiffen his neck and retort, "Is that so? Some things are already destined." The heavenly mandate region Lord laughed out loud. Their faces became more and more gloomy. Sure enough, they had to pay for what they had done. In the arena, Yi Tianyin was facing Yu Qingling, a woman that he had detested before. She had used the art of charm to charm so many people to her side. Most importantly, she wanted to charm him and make him one of her supporters. Charm space-time. Yu Qingling was not long-winded at all. This was just the beginning. Her eyes instantly released a 5-colored light. The essence blood in her body was instantly ignited, and all of it was added to her eyes. In addition, she took out a few elixirs and stuffed them into her mouth. This elixir was not a violent elixir, but a kind of charm divine elixir, which could greatly enhance the effect of her charm. Obviously, she wanted to fully activate her charm power and take down Yi Tianyin. She was really going all out. She burned all kinds of essence blood and took all kinds of elixirs. In her hand was a middle-grade, reincarnation-grade treasure. When she threw it out, the air was shrouded in 5-colored light. In an instant, this space began to be filled with charm, shrouding every corner. You forced me to do all of this. Open it all. Yu Qingling screamed and threw out all of her trump cards. Soon, the scene in front of Yi Tianyin began to change. Countless beautiful women constantly surrounded him. No matter what kind of women he liked, they were all now in front of him. Not only were there beautiful women, but there were also countless treasures piled up like a mountain and placed on the side. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tianyin entered a special space. That was the charm space-time. It could completely release one's inner desires and present the things they liked the most. Fall into your greediest dream. You can die in your own dream. Yu Qingling saw that Yi Tianyin was standing there motionlessly. She knew that Yi Tianyin had already fallen into her charm. She believed that the more ambitious one was, the easier it was to fall into her charm. Even a super expert would fall into her charm when she used all of her strength. Oh no, Yi Tianyin's cultivation is breaking through too quickly. Will his foundation be unstable? What Nian Xiaoyu and the others were worried about had come. If his foundation was unstable, it would be easy for him to go berserk and fall into the other party's charm. They could see that Yu Qingling was going all out and had used all of her trump cards. Even if the Lord of Heaven encountered her, he would fall into this predicament. His cultivation is breaking through very quickly. Maybe he really fell for it. Their hearts sank. If Yi Tianyin fell for it, he would be at her mercy, especially since Yu Qingling was going all out. If they were in her shoes, they would do the same. Elder Go Huang had said that as long as he defeated one of them, he could join the 5 divine realms unconditionally. In that case, if he defeated them, it didn't matter anymore. Why would he need to hide his strength? He could just reveal it. Haha, that kid must have fallen for it. So what if his talent is good? Yu Qingling has a natural charm body. As long as the difference in cultivation is not too big, she can successfully charm someone. Especially if she uses all of her strength, this kid will definitely die. The Fire Jade Region Master laughed loudly. He felt that Yi Tianyin would definitely lose. As long as Yi Tianyin lost, they would be the winners. The Heavenly Mandate Region Master and the others were worried. Were they really doomed? Let me see what your inner world is like. Yu Qingling walked over step by step. Her eyes were releasing colorful light. She had been releasing her power to the maximum. If she didn't do that, she was worried that she wouldn't be able to control Yi Tianyin. She had to be cautious. She really wanted to stab Yi Tianyin's neck. However, she couldn't do that. Once she did that, her cultivation would definitely collapse. She could only move step by step. Chapter 10:22. Yu Qingling walked toward Yi Tianyin step by step. Every step felt like she was stepping on the hearts of Nian Xiu and the others, and they felt extremely depressed. Wake up, wake up! They kept shouting, hoping that Yi Tianyin would wake up. If he lost, everything would be over. It didn't matter if Yi Tianyin lost. The problem was that Yu Qingling would kill Yi Tianyan, and that would mean something different. After all, even if Yi Tianyan lost, he could still join the 5 sacred realms. But if he died, everything would be in vain. It's useless. Do you think the other side can hear you if you shout here? The Fire Jade Region mistress mocked them. She felt that they were doing a useless job. Nian Xiyu and the others' heart sank. This was indeed true, especially with the shield on the side. Normal voices could be heard, but it was meaningless. After all, it was the power of charm. Normal shouting had no effect at all. If they shouted with star power, they could definitely wake up Yi Tianyan. Not to mention the situation outside the shield. There were more rules and restrictions. If they rushed down without permission, Yi Tianyan's result would be judged invalid, which would be even more cruel. After all, there was a rule that they could not interfere in the competition. Once they did, they would be judged to have failed. Not only would Yi Tianyan lose his qualification, but even the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Realm would be kicked out, and they would not be allowed to enter in the future. Yu Qingling walked toward Yi Tianyan step by step. A sharp dagger appeared in her hand. As she walked, she said, "Ha? I can't see your memory." When the opponent was charmed, Yu Qingling could enter the charm world of the opponent and see the memory of the opponent. But now she couldn't even enter. She was completely blocked outside. Forget it. It doesn't matter. As long as I get rid of you, everything will be mine. Yu Qingling's eyes were full of fanaticism. As long as she killed Yi Tianyan, all the glory would be hers. Soon, she arrived in front of Yi Tianyan. She raised the dagger in her hand and stabbed it into Yi Tianyan's head. "No." "Nian Xiyu," screamed. But her scream couldn't stop Yu Qingling's attack. The Heavenly Mandate Region Lord closed his eyes. In the end, he revealed a look of pain. He felt that everything was over. Bang! Yu Qingling's hand that was about to stab down was firmly grabbed by another hand. She was unable to stab down at all. "You're quite bold. Have you forgotten my warning?" Yi Tianyan looked at her coldly. You're all right." Yu Qingling was stunned. She never thought that she would be unable to charm Yi Tianyan even after using all her strength. "This trashy charm technique has an effect on me. I've been waiting for you here for half a day." Yi Tianyan laughed coldly. "The thing I hate the most in my life is people who want to read other people's memories. Originally, defeating me was enough. But you still want to kill me." As soon as he finished speaking, his palm moved as fast as lightning towards Yu Qingling's eyes. In the next moment, her charming eyes were ruthlessly dug out. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, Yu Qingling was sent flying backwards. Blood continuously flowed out of her empty eyes, making her look extremely terrifying. The surrounding charm, space-time, instantly disappeared. Due to Yu Qingling's charm power, it was all gathered in her eyes. Now that both of her eyes had been dug out by Yi Tianyan, she naturally couldn't continue using charm space-time. It could be said that her charm power had been crippled. Her talent originally came from her eyes, so being dug out naturally meant that she was crippled. You dug out my eyes." Yu Qingling screamed miserably and reached out to cover her eyes. "I've said it before. If you continue to charm me, I'll dig out your eyes. If you hadn't charmed me before, I would have considered letting you go. Unfortunately, you've missed this opportunity. When I said, 'I'll dig out your eyes, I'll dig out your eyes,' Yi Tianyan's gaze was ice cold. Even though Yu Qingling was a peerlessly beautiful woman, he was still ruthless. "I am going to kill you." Yu Qingling screamed and charged over. Even though she didn't have eyes, she could still use her spiritual sense to investigate the situation in front of her. When she rushed in front of Yi Tianyan kicked her away. After rolling on the ground several times, she directly vomited blood and collapsed to the ground. You actually crippled my cultivation." Yu Qingling's delicate body trembled. She discovered that her cultivation had been completely destroyed by Yi Tianyan's kick. The terrifying power made her feel fear. Is there a problem? Yi Tianyan didn't explain anything to her. This was the battlefield, especially since Yu Qingling had wanted to kill him just now. Why should he show mercy? Her body trembled as she begged for mercy in horror. Please, please give me back my eyes. I was wrong. I'm willing to give up everything. I'm willing to admit defeat. There's no need for that. Get out of here. Yi Tianyan waved his hand, and a force swept over, blowing her away. After rolling out of the arena, it meant that she was out of the game. Logically speaking, with her cultivation, she could use medicinal pills to heal her eyes and grow them back. However, this pair of bewitching eyes wouldn't grow back, so she begged for mercy to get them back. How could Yi Tianyan let her do as she wished? He also didn't want this pair of eyes. Bear. The flames burned this pair of eyes to ashes, and there was no way for them to recover. After kicking Yu Qingling out, the arena quickly returned to its original state, and the barrier also disappeared. Yi Tianyan looked up and saw that most of the people around him had finished their battles. Only his side was a bit slower. It was just that this ruthless display caused many people's hearts to tremble. Just now, Yu Qingling had risked everything to charm him, but it didn't work at all. Instead, her eyes were dug out. This kind of strength made those who had tried their best to fight a little timid. However, the people of the Heavenly Mandate realm were ecstatic. This kid did it on purpose. Nian, Xiu, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they didn't lose, or they would really be finished. The Huiyu region master's face was extremely ugly. They thought they had succeeded, but now it seemed that they were too naive. Yi Tianyan didn't work at all, and he even eliminated the help they had invited. He dug out Yu Qingling's eyes. The Yu family will definitely not let him go. The Huiyu region master gnashed his teeth. The Yu family? Nian, Xiu sneered and said, I don't know if the Yu family is stronger, or if the geniuses in the second-grade god realm who are treated well are stronger. As soon as this was said, the Huiyu region master's face turned pale. He didn't even need to think to know that he absolutely couldn't provoke the second-grade god realm. Once he did, not to mention the Yu family, even a god realm would be destroyed. Chapter 10:23. The Fire Jade region lord obediently shut up. His head was muddled. After all, the most promising person had been eliminated. How could he not go crazy? Although Yu Qingling was an external helper, she also represented the Fire Jade region's reputation. They definitely hoped that Yu Qingling could go a little further. This would at least bring some reputation to the Fire Jade region. Even if she was an external helper, she would at least represent them. Now, she was completely crippled. Her eyes were gouged out, and her cultivation was crippled. How could he not be angry when he lost in the first round? But no matter how angry he was, he didn't dare to show any temper in front of someone who would become a grade 2 god realm in the future. It didn't matter even if he was a region lord, because if Yi Tianyan continued to nurture him, surpassing him wouldn't be a problem. After Yi Tianyan killed Yu Qingling, he looked to the side and saw that everyone was looking at him expressionlessly, as if they were already used to his actions. His actions could be considered merciful. If it were anyone else, they would have killed Yu Qingling. Of course, Yi Tianyan had always been merciful. After crippling her, she would forever live in fear. Although killing her would give him more experience, he had always been more merciful to enemies who provoked him. Looking around, there were still many familiar faces. Murong Xiao and Ling Yunfeng successfully advanced. This was no surprise. The two of them were strong to begin with, so advancing wasn't a problem. But after the first round, half of the participants were eliminated. The first round is over. I'll give you 3 days to rest before the next round. As Elder Go Huang announced, he waved his hand. More than 70 rays of light enveloped them, and a brand new token appeared in their hands. Yi Tianyan found that the token in his hand was number 18. Sensing it, he looked up and saw the familiar snake eyes. The corners of the other party's mouth curled into a deep smile, as if he could foresee his victory. Even though he had seen Yi Tianyin's violence, he wasn't afraid at all. To think that I would bump into you so soon. Yi Tianyin looked at Earth, Lord Demon Eye. His next opponent was naturally Earth, Lord Demon Eye. Demon Eye Earth Monarch's eyes were filled with excitement. Yu Qingling couldn't deal with Yi Tianyin, but that didn't mean he couldn't. He was still full of confidence in himself. If he didn't even have this little bit of confidence, how could he fight his way to the champion's throne? 3 days later, it will be the day of your death. Earth Monarch Demon, I walked to his side and said coldly, "Actually, I also hate those eyes of yours." Yi Tianyin said lightly. The demonic Eye Earth Monarch paused for a moment before his snake eyes emitted shocking killing intent. "You want to dig my eyes out? Let's see if your hands have the ability to do so." The battle had not yet begun, but there was already some friction between them. This arrangement was clearly the intention of these elders. Each and every one of their actions were observed by them. If the opponent was too weak, there was no doubt that there would be nothing to watch. For example, there was nothing special about Tianqing and Earthly Lord. The opponents they arranged were all relatively ordinary. In their opinion, Tianqing and Earthly Lord was stronger than Yi Tianyin. If they sent people like Demon Eye Earth Monarch, they would undoubtedly be killed in seconds. If they faced Yi Tianyin, there would be more to watch. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the 5 elders, Yi Tianyin's strength was much weaker than Tianqing and Earthly Lord's, which was why they felt this way. Although they both passed the 9th stage of the test, they felt that Yi Tianyin barely passed it. In addition, he was not as strong as Tianqing and Earthly Lord. They felt that he was a native who had been using the most ordinary method to resist, and did not let them see any great abilities. Little did they know that Yi Tianyin had many abilities, but he was just too lazy to show them. If he could solve the problem with a punch, he would never kick. Then, for the rest of the time, they started to rest. I didn't expect that I would have to face that damned ladyboy. Murong Xiao pouted, feeling very dissatisfied. Damned ladyboy. Yi Tianyin looked at the token in her hand, then looked up and saw Earth Monarch Sun Shui in front of him. It was indeed Earth Monarch Sun Shui. Yes, it's him. I didn't expect to face him. Murong Xiao smiled and said, but it's just right to face him. There isn't too much of a conflict between the attributes, so I can slightly restrain him. Although it did not restrain water, at least it would not encounter fire. Don't be careless. He doesn't look like an easy opponent. Yi Tianyin looked at Earth Monarch Sun Shui, who was meditating at the side. The data displayed by the appraisal undoubtedly proved that his strength was not that easy to deal with. Isn't that for sure? Earth Monarch Sun Shui is quite capable, and his reputation is not weak outside. Murong Xiao looked relaxed, but her beautiful eyes revealed some cautiousness. To be able to persist until now, there was absolutely no one with weak strength. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and they all entered the arena to face their opponents. Yi Tianyin's opponent was naturally Earth Monarch Demon Eye, the opponent that he had provoked since the beginning. Now that he was finally standing on the arena, his demonic snake eyes revealed a cold aura. Don't disappoint me. Earth Monarch Demon Eye's eyes flickered with demonic light. He waved his hand lightly, and a long whip appeared in his hand. If one looked closely, this long whip was like a thin snake, and it began to wriggle, wrapping around his leg. It looked exactly like a snake. I should be the one saying that. If it's too easy, then it won't be a challenge at all. Yi Tianyin said indifferently. Arrogant. Demon-eyed Earth Emperor grabbed the long whip in his hand and threw it on the ground. Pa! A deep ditch was left on the ground. I would like to see if you can withstand one move from me. Suddenly, Yi Tianyin quickly turned around and kicked behind him. Bang! A figure was kicked out. That figure slid back for tens of meters and barely stopped. His arms that were covered in snake scales were slightly dented, and his arms were almost broken from the kick. How about now? Have you withstood one move from me? Eteonyon looked at the figure in front of him indifferently. In front of him was Earth Monarch Demon Eye. The Earth Monarch Demon Eye that was originally behind him started to disappear, and it was actually an illusion. This was just the beginning, and he had already cast an illusion without anyone noticing. The surrounding participants were shocked. They did not know what was going on, and the opponent cast an illusion? Chapter 10:24. You actually saw through my illusions. The demonic, earthly emperor narrowed his eyes. He had been using his illusions to distract Eteonyon from the front, but had not attacked. Especially since he had been conversing with Yi Shiwen, it looked even more realistic. His illusions were different from Jade, clear spirit's charm. He did not need to enter Eteonyon's heart. All he needed to do was to create an illusion in front of him to deceive his opponent. Of course, this illusion did not have any offensive power. This was why the demonic, earthly emperor did not allow the illusion to attack. I saw through such a weak illusion with a single glance. There's no aura at all. It's really fake. Do you think you can deal with me like this? You're too naive. What do you think this place is? Is it a place that anyone can enter? Eteonyon shook his head. Even without the appraisal eye, he could sense that the demonic, earthly emperor's aura was too weak. There was obviously something wrong. If he was fooled by this, it was undoubtedly because he was subdued by his opponent. That was why he was fooled by the demonic, earthly emperor's illusions. This was especially true during an intense battle. It was easy to confuse the opponent. You have some skills. Don't be too arrogant. The demonic, earthly emperor shouted in anger. Is that so? Then I'll let you experience what an illusion is. Eteonyon's figure flashed, and 3 figures appeared around him. They looked exactly like him. 3 illusions. So what if they're 3 illusions? They're still not illusions. Do they have any power? Just as the demonic, earthly emperor was about to continue, the 3 illusions had already pounced on him. Each of the illusions was extremely agile, and they began to attack the demonic, earthly emperor. The demonic, earthly emperor was not afraid at all. He straightened his body and stood in front of the illusions. He thought that these illusions were not powerful. As far as he was concerned, he had not seen any illusions that had any offensive power. Therefore, he was not afraid at all. He thought that these illusions were just paper tigers. Slap, slap, slap. The 3 illusions ruthlessly slapped his face a few times and kicked him a few times. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive kicks were launched. The devil-eyed earthly lord let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled on the ground a few times. What is going on? The devil-eyed earth lord was horrified. He never expected Eteonyon's attack to be so effective. Not to mention him, even the 5 elders were shocked. They had never seen illusions being effective before. If there was, it would definitely be a good martial art. At least, they had never seen such a martial art before. It seems that our judgment was wrong. It seems that he had some luck, or perhaps he has a good master. That's right. Just this means that his foundation isn't bad. To be able to reach this level without a powerful master, it's impossible to do so, right? Of course, it could be a fortuitous encounter. There's so many fortuitous encounters in the outside world. Who knows? It might be the inheritance of some almighty being. The 5 elders all nodded in agreement. Eteonyon showed a little bit of skill and immediately made everyone look at him in a new light. He displayed extraordinary strength. At least it was better than just using his fists and the like before. Nien, Psiu's eyes lit up. They naturally knew that Eteonyon's skill level was not bad. It seemed that he could also win this round. However, the Dragon Snake Domain Lord, who had the Devil-Eyed Earth Lord, was not very happy. At this time, the Dragon Snake Domain Lord stood up and shouted at the Devil-Eyed Earth Lord, "What are you doing? Give it your all." The devil-eyed Earth Lord, who stood up, narrowed his eyes and stared at Tianyin. He wiped the blood from his mouth and looked at him coldly. "You have the right to make me give it my all." His demonic eyes burst out with a green light. Snake scales began to appear all over his body, and soon they covered his entire body. His body now looked like a giant python. His body was covered in thick scales, and the most important thing was that there was poison that was being released from his body. Wherever the poison went, it began to corrode the ground, turning it dark green. It looked very disgusting, as if a large patch of green dye had been dyed. On the stained ground, green poison gas began to emit and spread in all directions. If this continued, the poison would definitely cover the entire arena. When that time came, Tianyin would not be able to escape. Whoosh! The devil-eyed Earth Lord did not wait for Tianyin to make a move. As soon as he released the poison, he rushed toward Tianyin. When he turned into his snake form, his speed increased tremendously. He streaked across the sky like a bolt of green lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Tianyin. Sizzle! The snake's forked tongue rang in Tianyin's ears. Before he knew it, the devil-eyed Earth Lord had already reached him. He opened his mouth and bit at him. His long snake body also wrapped around him. At this moment, Tianyin's figure flashed and dodged the snake's wrapping. He turned around and kicked the demon-eyed Holy Lord. However, the spot he kicked slipped away with a whoosh. It felt like he was kicking a slippery surface. He couldn't exert any strength at all. The devil-eyed Earth Lord followed his kick and instantly wrapped around him. The long whip in his hand also wrapped around him, wanting to lock him in place. Scram! Tianyin's eyes turned cold. His body suddenly expanded and turned into the huge body of the evil demon god. Terrifying flames started to burn rapidly. When the two top-notch demonic flames were used, the black flames that fused together were enough to burn everything. The devil-eyed Earth Lord was immediately forced to retreat. However, a small area was still burned by the demonic flames. Black smoke continuously rose from his body. It seemed that the green liquid on his body could be used as a flame retardant to block the flames. Demonic flames. After the devil-eyed Earth Lord retracted, he looked at him and laughed. "Not bad, but you're finished. You've been poisoned by so much of my poison." Tianyin, who had turned into the body of the evil demon god, started to be infected by the green poison on his legs and body. This meant that he was gradually being corroded by the poison. The devil-eyed Earth Lord was most proud of his poison. Even if he was facing the Lord of Heaven, he would still be poisoned to death. Even if he was not poisoned to death, his combat strength would be greatly reduced. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for his opponent. Damn it, these poisons are really difficult to deal with. Nian, Psiu, and the others gritted their teeth. Most cultivators were very afraid of poison. The moment they came into contact with it, it would immediately seep into their bodies. It could be said that this was an opponent that no one wanted to face. The dragon snake territory Lord smiled slightly. This was the effect he wanted. When the devil-eyed Earth Lord used his full strength, no one could withstand it. Chapter 10:25. The terrifying poison was quickly burned away by Tianyin's black flame. His two flames could expel poison. Although it couldn't completely expel the poison, it could still expel most of it. It didn't affect him much. What? My poison! Earth Emperor Demon Eye's eyes, which were filled with ecstasy, immediately turned terrifyingly gloomy. He saw that the demon fire on Tianyin's body started to incinerate the poison, turning it into piles of black smoke that spread in all directions. As for the poison penetrating into Tianyin's body, it seems that it is impossible. The original green poison was quickly eliminated. What kind of flame is this black flame? Dragon Snake Region Master stood up in shock. He thought that as long as Earth Emperor Demon Eye threw out the poison, even if the opponent could withstand it, he wouldn't be able to get rid of it easily. Now it seemed that they had greatly underestimated Yi Tianyun's ability. The black flame wasn't an ordinary flame. It was a very terrifying flame, and it was a demon fire that could detoxify poison. He has 2 types of demon fire, so he won't be poisoned so easily. Nian Xiyu and the others were pleasantly surprised. They all knew Yi Tianyun's ability, so they naturally knew that his 2 flames could suppress poison. Yu Yanglong and the others could suppress poison themselves, not to mention Yi Tianyun, who had 2 types of demon fire. Soon the poison was dealt with. Yi Tianyun walked towards Earth Emperor Demon Eye step by step. With every step he took, the flame left a mark on the ground. You've attacked so many times. It's finally my turn to attack, right? Yi Tianyun turned his head and looked at him. I should say I've let you down so many times. It's my turn to attack. Earth Emperor Demon eyes turned cold. He didn't reply. His snake body twisted and turned into a shadow that rolled over. A gigantic python phantom appeared in the void of space, enveloping the entire area. In the next moment, the demonic Eye Earth Emperor and the giant python's shadow merged into one. In the blink of an eye, a huge python that covered the sky appeared in everyone's sight. It sprayed black poison at Yi Tianyun, covering the area where Yi Tianyun was. When he thought he could suppress Yi Tianyun, a black figure dashed out of the poison. A small snake dares to be so arrogant. Yi Tianyun's deep voice rumbled like thunder. He stretched out his hand in the void and formed a huge black flame palm that slapped down. Demon-eyed Earth Monarch's enormous body was slammed to the ground by the giant palm formed from black flames. The scorching flame started to burn Earth Emperor Demon Eye's body. It made a sizzling sound and black smoke kept rising. Earth Emperor Demon Eye was burned to death. He quickly shrunk his body and wanted to escape from Yi Tianyun's palm. But how could Yi Tianyun let him escape so easily? He squeezed Earth Emperor Demon Eye in his palm. You want to escape? Have you asked me? Yi Tianyun held him so tightly that he couldn't escape. The terrifying power completely suppressed Earth Emperor Demon Eye. He didn't even have the strength to resist, especially the terrifying black flame. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. The snake scales on his body started to be burnt black. Yi Tianyun's cultivation was lower than his, but in terms of overall strength, he was much stronger than Earth Emperor Demon Eye. He didn't even need to use the crazy damage mode. It was enough to crush Earth Emperor Demon Eye. Damn it! Dragon Snake Region Master's eyes were cold. When he saw Earth Emperor Demon Eye being suppressed so easily, he sat down paralyzed. He knew that everything was over. They had greatly underestimated Yi Tianyun's strength. Earth Emperor Demon Eye was powerful, but he couldn't even resist Yi Tianyun's attack. His slippery body was useless to Yi Tianyun. He was locked in Earth Emperor Demon Eye's hand and couldn't break free. Unknowingly, his body had become huge. The huge body of an evil fiend celestial was enough to look down on everyone. The 5 great elders were shocked by this situation. It was beyond their expectations. Dragon Snake. Evolution. Earth Emperor Demon Eye roared. Green energy surged out of his body and his form started to change. His snake body started to turn into a dragon's head. His fighting strength soared crazily. Under his violence, Yi Tianyun's clenched fist started to open up bit by bit. His strength continued to rise as if there was no end to it. A lowly human wants to climb over our heads? Impossible. I want you dead. I want you to die. Earth Emperor Demon Eye's snake scales started to be covered by a layer of dragon scales. Under the double coverage, his defense became even more shocking. One could even hear the roar of a dragon coming from his body. It was as if this snake was going to evolve into a giant dragon. Dragon snake bloodline, interesting, but a worm is a worm, never a dragon. No matter how lowly a human is, it's still better than you bastards. Itianyan snorted and clenched his fist. With a crack, Earth Emperor Demon Eye's bones were crushed. The flames even burned him into charcoal. Demon Eye. Dragon Snake Region Master's heart was about to bleed, but he couldn't stop it. He could only watch as Earth Emperor Demon Eye was burned to death. Then, Itianyan threw Earth Emperor Demon Eye's corpse out. When it fell from the sky, it turned into a pile of charcoal powder. Let alone resurrecting it, it's already good enough to put it back together. Of course, in his current state, it's already ashes. There's no need to burn it himself. Ding! Successfully killed Earth Emperor Demon Eye. Reward: 970 billion EXP, 10 million crazy points, 600,000 SPs. Items obtained: Dragon Snake Bloodline, rare. Demon Eye Technique, rare. Dragon Snake Whip, mid-grade reincarnation level weapon. Dragon Snake Ring, mid-grade reincarnation level treasure. After killing it, it dropped a lot of things. This is the feeling of killing it. The reward will definitely be a lot. Originally, he wanted to keep the other party alive, but unfortunately he met an idiot. So don't blame him for being merciless. This kid is really unfathomable. The few of us old fellows all thought that we knew his background, but we didn't expect it to be so much more. Yes, it seems that this arrangement is wrong, but it's too late to change it now, right? It's okay, continue to arrange it anyway. They were shocked, but it was still within the range of expectations. They knew that Itianyan's potential was very good, but they didn't expect him to have such explosive power. However, this kind of explosive power was nothing to people like them who had seen the world. There were even stronger explosive powers. Chapter 10:26. By the time Itianyan was done, many of the contestants had yet to finish their battles. This battle did not end so quickly. After all, the remaining contestants were all extremely powerful existences. Some of them finished their battles quickly. For example, Earthly Lord Skyfire and Earthly Lord Cloud Thunder had already finished their battles without any suspense. As for Murong Shao and Earthly Lord Snow Forest, they were in a stalemate. The battle between the two was white-hot, neither giving way. However, Itianyan could see that Murong Zhao's situation was more stable. With her divine wood body, she could move freely in the face of extreme frost energy. As long as I keep this up, there's no doubt I'll win this battle. Then he looked at Ling Yanfeng's side. His opponent was Earthly Lord Cloud Thunder. Under Earthly Lord Cloud Thunder's violent power, Ling Yanfeng was constantly suppressed. The berserk heavenly lightning made him unable to fight back. He was holding on and did not choose to admit defeat. However, his body was covered in cuts and bruises from the heavenly lightning. If this continued, even if Ling Yanfeng did not die, he would be crippled by the lightning. Because of the lightning, his movements were not very nimble. Who asked you to be on good terms with that human? Who asked you to go against me? Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder was like a god of thunder as he smashed his fists over and over again. He didn't use any weapons, just his fists. Earthly Lord Cloud Thunder's body was very strong, so he did not need any weapons to suppress everything. Brother, E is a good person. It has nothing to do with race. You racist people don't know what a friend is. Ling Yanfeng did not relent even though he was being crushed. Instead, he chose to speak up for Itianyan. Ling Yanfeng was an extremely stubborn person. Once he made up his mind, he would not go back on his words. He felt that Itianyan was a good person, so he would not say anything that would harm Itianyan. Friend, will your Ling family vomit blood if they hear you say that? What a joke to be friends with a human. Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder punched Ling Yunfeng again and again. His punches weren't very powerful, but they were enough to injure him. Clearly, Earthly Lord Cloud Thunder was doing this on purpose. He wanted to mess with Ling Yanfeng. Given Earthly Lord Cloud Thunder's situation, he could easily crush Ling Yanfeng. He just didn't want it to end so quickly. It has nothing to do with race. Besides, who says humans are weak? His strength is not inferior to anyone. Even you will be defeated by Brother Yi. Even though Ling Yunfeng was beaten up, his tone was full of certainty. There was no room for doubt. I dare you to say that again. Veins bulged on earthly Lord Thundercloud's forehead as lightning flickered in his eyes. Without a forgiving heart, you will never be able to walk the path of true martial arts. Ling Yunfeng said in a low voice, Ha ha ha. Your wife was snatched away. Is this what you call a forgiving heart? Earth Monarch, Cloud Thunder sneered. That's the order of my parents. I don't really have any interest in junior sister Rome. Ling Yunfeng's gaze was firm. He did not lie. What a joke. You're only saying that because you think you can't beat him. If you're willing to hang out with trash, then you're trash. Get the hell out of here. Land Monarch, Cloud Thunder said, coldly. Earth Lord, Thundercloud bellowed as the projection of the Thunder God appeared behind him. The power of lightning within his body was unleashed to the maximum as the massive Thunder God hammer smashed heavily toward Ling Yunfeng. Ling Yunfeng brandished the long sword in his hand and rapidly slashed out countless sword lights in front of him. After interweaving together, they formed a thick wall of light to block this attack. But how could his strength compare to Earth Monarch, Cloud Thunder? Boom! Ling Yunfeng was sent flying out of the arena by a single punch. His entire body was covered in lightning, and the situation did not look good. Yunfeng, the middle-aged man beside the seat, suddenly stood up. Just as he was about to fly down, he was held back by the elder next to him. Don't be rash, Patriarch. We can't go down there. If we do, we'll be breaking the rules, the elder beside him reminded. He was naturally the father of Ling Yunfeng, Ling Fei. Watching helplessly as his son was sent flying without being able to go down to save him was truly a kind of sorrow. Just as Ling Yunfeng was about to crash heavily onto the ground, a figure flew over and caught him. It was clearly a powerful inertia, but under this catch, all of the energy was released in all directions, reducing the force Ling Yunfeng had to endure to the minimum. No matter how powerful the force was, it was still firmly fixed in place, and he did not take even half a step back. However, Ling Yunfeng's body had long since become incomparably charred, and it looked like he was seriously injured. If he did not receive treatment in time, his life would definitely be in danger. Many thanks, Brother Yi. Ling Yunfeng used the last of his strength to express his thanks, then fainted. The one who caught Ling Yunfeng was naturally Yi Tianyan. He had been watching from the side the whole time and heard the conversation between Ling Yunfeng and Earth Lord Cloud Thunder. He knew that Ling Yunfeng regarded him so highly because of his previous bluff. Thinking that his words were very correct, Ling Yunfeng regarded him as a friend. It was very simple. There was no complicated reason, and there was no gift of treasures. Ling Yunfeng felt that Yi Tianyan was very worthy of being friends. Thus, even in the face of Earth Lord Cloud Thunder's power, he would not change his words. Yi Tianyan did not say anything. He changed his equipment into the longevity set and quickly began to heal Ling Yunfeng's injuries. Under his treatment, Ling Yunfeng's injuries rapidly recovered, but they were still very serious. Earth Lord Cloud Thunder had used his last breath to deliver an extremely powerful blow. As for whether Ling Yunfeng could survive or not, it was up to him. He did not kill him. It was that simple. However, this was no different from killing him. It was absolutely fatal. Senior brother Ling. Morong Xiao had already come out, her face pale. Earth Lord's son, Shui, had already lost. She was half kneeling on the side, her whole body entangled by tree vines. After she left, the tree vines quickly disappeared. With me here, he will be fine, Yi Tianyan said simply. Morong Xiao knew about Yi Tianyan's abilities. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. It was not that she was in love with Ling Yunfeng. but Ling Yunfeng had taken care of her in the past. If they were not married or Dao companions, they would definitely be friends. Now that Ling Yunfeng was in trouble, he would definitely come to show his concern. Only this much, and he still wants to stand up for you. What an idiot. Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder walked out of the arena and looked at Yi Tianyin coldly. I have a hunch that my next opponent will be you. Don't worry, I won't be as weak as Earth, Lord Demon Eye. You saw my strength, it's less than half. Chapter 10:27. Yi Tianyun's murderous intent didn't scare Earth, Lord Cloud Thunder. Instead, he burst into laughter. How arrogant. Do you think the deity arena is owned by your family? Earth Lord Cloud Thunder's tone was full of sarcasm. He didn't dare say that his next opponent would be Yi Tianyin. If it was Yi Tianyin, he would be very happy. However, it was hard to say who his opponent would be. Yi Tianyin ignored him and turned to the 5 elders. Under everyone's gaze, he said in a deep voice, Seniors, I want to fight Earth Lord Cloud Thunder in the next round. I hope you approve. He didn't know if Earth Lord Cloud Thunder's opponent would be him. If Earth Lord Cloud Thunder was arranged to fight Earth Lord Sky Atlas, then he definitely wouldn't have a chance. Such a request had never been seen in the arena before. How could the arrangements of the elders be changed by a junior? Elder Go Huang and the others naturally saw the situation and knew why Yi Tianyin asked for permission. They looked at Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder, then at Yi Tianyun's side, then at each other. They seemed to understand each other's thoughts. No problem. I originally planned to arrange for Earth Lord Cloud Thunder to fight Earth Lord Sky Atlas. Since you requested it, then I'll let you fight together. Elder Go Huang immediately changed the original arrangement. His words caused an uproar. They didn't expect it to really be changed. However, after thinking about it carefully, only those with strong performances could change the arrangement. Those with ordinary standards definitely couldn't change the matter. Although the deity arena isn't owned by my family, at least I can change my opponent. Yi Tianyin looked at Earth, Lord Cloud Thunder, and said indifferently, Ha ha ha, I really have to thank you. I originally didn't have much confidence in fighting Earth, Lord Sky Atlas, but now I have a better chance against you. Earth, Lord Cloud Thunder's eyes were full of mockery. You'll know how stupid your choice was later. Don't worry. Even if you're as stupid as a pig, I won't be stupid. You're wrong. You're a pig to begin with. You're welcome. Yi Tianyin mocked. Motherfucker, if I don't beat you into a pig's head, then I'm not Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder. Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder raged. You're not Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder. You're a pig. Murong Shao pointed at Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder and cursed. Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder glared at her and said angrily, It seems you've become arrogant after spending so much time with him. I hope you don't meet me. Otherwise, you'll definitely die a horrible death. If they weren't in the arena, Murong Shao would have been slapped to death. You no longer have that chance, Yi Tianyin said indifferently. Is that so? I should be the one saying that. Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder didn't want to waste any more time talking to him. He turned around and started preparing. After he left, Yi Tianyin continued to heal Ling Yunfeng. Soon, other deacons came over to help. This wasn't his responsibility in the first place, so he left it to these deacons. Big Brother Tianyin, you must defeat that Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder. Murong Shao said angrily, That's for sure. Yi Tianyin narrowed his eyes and looked at Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder, who was meditating in the distance. He would let this Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder know what true fear was. The second battle ended quickly. The number of contestants was reduced by half again. Another half of the contestants were eliminated. There were only about 30 people left in the arena. If they fought again, they would be able to select the top 15. This was a crucial battle. If they could fight their way into the top 15, they wouldn't be far from the top 10. Top 15 wasn't their goal. Top 10 was their real goal. After a few days of rest, the third battle began. Etienne's opponent was Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder. Even Elder Go Huang had agreed to it. As for Murong Zhao's opponent, it was a contestant with a good foundation. Etienne took a quick look and knew that Murong Zhao would be in a difficult situation this time. He might even lose. But before that, he looked at Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder. His eyes looked calm, so calm that it was scary. He didn't get angry, nor did he show any sadness. He just looked at him expressionlessly. "Kid, your physique is very strong, right? If you have the ability, don't use weapons. Just compete with me in terms of physique. What do you think?" Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder immediately set up a trap for Etienne. He wanted Etienne to not use a weapon and just use his physique. "No problem," Etienne replied indifferently. "Good." Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder was pleasantly surprised. He was worried that Etienne wouldn't compete with him in terms of physique. Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder's strongest point was his physique. Only in close combat could he bring out his greatest strength. The audience shook their heads at Etienne's simple answer. This was a very irrational way of thinking. In a duel, the winner was king. No matter how the opponent was beaten, it was fair. Etienne gave up his advantage. This made them feel that Etienne was still too young. He didn't even understand the most basic rules. "Then let's officially begin. I'll attack first." Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder's lips curled into a cold smile. He didn't expect to meet a fool. He was sure to win this round. Just as he was about to attack Etienne, he suddenly realized that Etienne had disappeared. Bang! Just as he was about to look for Etienne, a heavy punch landed on him. He felt a sharp pain in his back, and his whole body flew out uncontrollably. Just as he was about to twist his body to find Etienne, another sharp pain came from his back. Boom! He was smashed into the ground. This punch wasn't very powerful, but it left a mark on his body. Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder felt a little dizzy. Everything happened too fast. He didn't even have time to react before he was hit by 2 punches in a row. Swish! Another gust of wind blew past, heading towards him. Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder roared and slammed the ground. Pa! His whole body bounced up. Violent lightning was released from his body, making his movements as fast as lightning. He was several times faster than before. Bang! Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder raised his hand to block and was kicked back several steps. Only then did he see Etienne's figure clearly. "You're pretty fast, but this is as far as you can go. When it comes to speed, I, Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder, have never been afraid of anyone." Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder sneered. He had the heavenly lightning body and the power of heavenly lightning. He could turn into lightning and fly around. What kind of ability could be faster than his lightning? "You talk too much. Go to the sky." Etienne flashed behind Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder at some point and kicked him in the back. Bang! Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder was sent flying into the sky like a rubber ball. His back caved in, but it wasn't fatal.